Good morning, and thank you for joining YI's 2021 New York City Autism Conference. My name is Caroline Dunn, and I am the director for YAI Link, which provides information referral for YAI. Link can help connect you with YI services and information about New York State's IDD system. Call or email Link to get connected to YAI today. Today's conference theme, Relevant Right Now, Filling Your Knowledge Cup for 2021, was chosen as a way to share presentations from speakers that offer diverse perspectives and knowledge. We hope that today you will fill your knowledge cup with information and resources that you can use right now, tomorrow, and beyond. At YI, we are driven by our mission of living, loving, working, and learning. Founded in 1957, YI's 4,000 employees provide housing, education, medical, dental, and mental health care, job training, community integration, and social enrichment for more than 20,000 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families throughout downstate New York, northern New Jersey, and California. We invite you to contact us to learn more about our services. Let's review our schedule for today. In a few moments, you will hear welcome remarks from YAI's CEO, George Contos. As you can see, we will then have 5 amazing presentations scheduled with a short 15-minute break occurring at 12:15 p.m. We will end our day at 3:30 p.m. During today's presentations, we invite you to ask questions by entering them into the box at the bottom of your screen, to the right of the blue question mark. I will then ask the presenters your questions, but please understand that we may not get to all of them. If you run into tech trouble, check out the troubleshooting tips in the upper right corner of your screen. At the conclusion of today's conference, we ask that you complete the feedback survey that is available below your viewing screen. Your feedback and suggestions are critical to helping YI continue to improve on the trainings that we provide at events such as this. If you would like to receive a certificate of attendance for today's conference, provide us your contact information after completing the survey, and a certificate of attendance will be emailed to you. Several presentations today include slides. You can find PDF copies of the slides at the bottom of your viewing page. If you are attending today to earn social work continuing education credits and purchase a CE ticket, please refer to the directions that were emailed to you this morning in order to earn your credits. Our conference is being recorded and will be available at yai.org/autismconference in the coming weeks. So please feel free to share it with others who are not able to be with us today. Now I would like to introduce George Contos, Chief Executive Officer of YAI. In his 6th year as CEO, George has redefined the agency as a growing and essential player in the nonprofit ecosystem. YI recently appeared in the number 11 spot on Crain's New York Business list of top healthcare nonprofits for the 2nd consecutive year. In addition to leading YI to increasing visibility, George himself was named to City and State's Nonprofit Power 100 and to Crain's Notable and Nonprofit and Philanthropy list. He revitalized YI's international consulting work with important projects in South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and most recently, New Zealand, and helped lead YI to plant a flag in California, where action at our start and adolescent support homes are expanding every month. Please join me in welcoming George Contos.
Thank you, Caroline. Good morning, and welcome to YI's 2021 Autism Conference. I'd like to extend warm thanks to our speakers, to Tracy Kernan and the organizing committee, and to the technology gods who, for the 2nd year in a row, enable YI to convene friends from as far away as California and Great Britain. We're also in debt to the New York City Council's Autism Initiative, which generously sponsors this important conference year after year. I also want to give a special shout out to the YI staff joining us today, whether seeking continuing education credits or adding to their already rich base of knowledge. Over the last year, no one has worked harder than YI's frontline staff. Through constantly changing conditions, expectations, and requirements, Our YI heroes have kept people we support safe, engaged, and happy. Team YI numbers in the thousands, and I'm proud to be able to call all of them colleagues. When YI decided many years ago to invest energy into raising awareness and understanding of autism, we did so with an eye on the communities we serve. As you know, YI provides support for children and adults in residential and daytime settings, classrooms, clinics, and in the community. A sophisticated and supportive understanding of autism is a part of everything we do. Through our work with the remarkable practitioners, therapists, family members, and people on the autism spectrum themselves, YI provides therapeutic and evaluation services, speech, occupational and physical therapy, psychological testing, psychotherapy, augmentative and alternative communication evaluations, and treatment. Because YI comes at this topic from multiple angles, I'm delighted that in planning this conference, the organizers have given us a day that is equally varied, blending academic research, questions of identity, autobiography, on-the-spot therapies, and a guide to ASD experiences during the pandemic. There's a great deal to come. With that, I'm proud to return the mic to Program Director of Link, YI's front door for all of our services, Caroline Dunn. Please enjoy today's conference. Caroline, back to you. Take care.
Thank you, George. Before we get to our presentations, we wanted to make sure those of you who speak Spanish are aware of our upcoming 17th Annual Latino Conference on Saturday, June 12th. This free conference will be live online. Registration is available at yi.org/Latino. We hope you will tune in. Today's conference is sponsored in part by the New York City Council's Autism Initiative. Our City Council has supported New Yorkers with autism and their parents and caregivers through this important initiative since 2007, and YI is extremely grateful for their support. If you live in NYC, please take the time to contact your local council member and thank them for supporting the Autism Initiative that funds events such as this. We want to also thank an additional sponsor for today's conference, the Center for Independence of the Disabled New York Connects program. The New York Connects program is a free place to call for information about benefits, resources, and services that support people with disabilities. They work with New Yorkers of all ages and with any type of disability. You will find PDF copies of the New York Connects flyer below your viewing screen. YI is so grateful for CIDNY and New York Connects support. In addition to funding from the New York City Council, this conference is also supported by YAI. In order for YAI to support events such as this, we rely on a variety of fundraising events throughout the year. Our largest event, the Central Park Challenge, or CPC for short, will be a virtual event on June 5th. YI Central Park Challenge is one of the largest events in New York that celebrates people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Due to the circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic and to ensure the safety of our participants, CPC will once again be a virtual experience. This exciting live stream event will feature live musical performances from Broadway actors, a shout out to YI programs, and the signature Central Park Challenge 3K walk, all accumulating in a huge social distancing party. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Morenike Giwu-Onaiwu. Morenike is an autistic woman of color, educator, public speaker, parent of autistic children, and advocate. I am also excited to share that anyone who completes our feedback survey and enters their contact information will be entered to win a copy of her new book, Sincerely Your Autistic Child: What People on the Autism Spectrum Wish Their Parents Knew About Growing Up, Acceptance, and Identity. Please join me in welcoming Morenike.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. I'm glad to be here with you. Give me just a moment to get my screen together and ready to share. Okay, so is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
Great, awesome. I will thank you once again for joining us today at this conference. My name is Marenike Onaiwu. I am a humanities scholar at Rice University and an advocate. Advocacy Without Borders is my nonprofit, and I'm happy to be with you today to be presenting on Forged by Fire, the intersection of race, disability, and gender. So just for some fine print and some disclaimers and info, if we were in person, I'd be telling you where the gender neutral restrooms are and kind of some general, kind of like disability hacks or your accessibility hacks for the conference. But you've already gotten most of that information for the virtual conference already from the presentations that you had about how to utilize if you need Spanish, captioning and so forth. So I do want to share that in this presentation, there will be some statistics and some information that I'm going to be giving, some content that's related to, we're talking about intersections. So I'm going to be talking about some things related to gender discrimination, disability discrimination, racial discrimination, and some of these things are heavy concepts. So I just wanted to prepare you for that. I also wanted to let you know that my presentation is primarily images. I'm not exactly a think in pictures person like Temple Grandin, but I do, pictures kind of bring ideas to mind for me. And so there's not a whole lot of text, if any, in most of my slides. And so I do not have image descriptions enabled right now, but if anyone needs them after the fact, please, my contact information is shared at the very end. Reach out to me and I'd be happy to get them to you. I like to start every presentation that I do with what I call my 5 C's of accessibility, because accessibility is important for everyone. And so the very first C is comfort. You're going to learn better and engage better throughout this conference, throughout the day, if you're comfortable. So I'm hoping that you are, taking advantage of the fact that we're in a virtual setting to be comfortable. I've got stimming devices, I've got snacks, got a drink, got a fan in case it gets hot, can't have a shiny face. And so if you need to be comfortable, whatever it is that you need to do, I don't have shoes on right now because I'm at home. Please be comfortable so that you can get the most out of this. My next C is for connect and communicate. So I want you to connect with the material as best as you can. So if that means taking notes, if that means, screenshots, if that means looking some things up that you are unfamiliar with, if there's a term or an acronym that you don't know about. And in terms of communicate, there will be some time for Q&A. I encourage you to ask questions if you have any. If you don't have questions and you would just like to share, I encourage you to communicate during that time as well. We're all here to learn from one another. The next C is for consider. I ask that everyone be considerate. We are all different. We have different backgrounds, different levels of understanding, different opinions. And that doesn't invalidate those opinions or those feelings. So I ask that we treat one another in a considerate and respectful way, and we refer to one another in respectful ways. So I won't be using terms like low functioning and high functioning because those are not considerate of people's differences. People are different on the spectrum, but there are ways to describe that in a way that's not stigmatizing. Similarly, you won't hear anything about bashing parents or certain organizations, even if there are things that I disagree with. I think we all are in agreement that we want a more equitable and happier world for all people, no matter what their neurology is. My last 2 C's stand for challenge and for commit. Sometimes some of the information that you can learn when you're doing these types of presentations can be a bit challenging. We're all doing the best we can with what we know, but the best we do is often short because we're fallible, we're humans. So there might be some information that you hear that is uncomfortable. I challenge you not to just disregard it because it's different from your opinion and your experience. I ask that you still take it in, have an open mind, consider it. And the information, challenge yourself to consider that information and then commit. I want all of you to commit to whatever role that you play in this world. Maybe you're a provider, maybe you're a parent, caregiver, or loved one of someone on the spectrum. Maybe you are on the spectrum. Maybe you're an ally in some other capacity. You might be a student. Whatever it is that you do, I don't want you to think that your role is not important. The body has all types of parts. We have all types of organs. We have different functions and different roles that we play. So if your role is in a particular sphere, and that's where you can educate and empower and help people, and please do whatever it is that you do and keep doing it great. We need everyone. So as I mentioned, we're in a virtual environment. So some of you, this might be what's going on right now in your house. You might have, be juggling some stuff with work, juggling kids, pets, all kinds of things. I really love this image because I'm trying to figure out what this dad does for a living, because this thing right here reminds me of like a little swimming sperm, thing that you show in demonstrations. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I know all of you that we're in a challenging time. This is a pandemic, and April is a busy month for most people who are involved in autism related matters. So thank you for taking the time to be part of this conference and to engage with all of us, even if you've got a chaotic environment like this one. In terms of connecting, communicating, and I just want to give you some social media handles. I believe most of you are hopefully familiar with this organization because of registering for the conference, but if you're not, I definitely invite you to check them out. Website is YAI.org, and I have social media information up here as well, YAI Network. And depending upon which social media tool you're using, it might be YAI Hope or YAI NIPD. And I have some suggested hashtags. If you use hashtags on social media, autism acceptance, autism neurodiversity, you could use others. You are more than welcome to tag me or look me up or include me in anything. If you like, my tag on social media is at MarenaKGO. So that's spelled like at more Nike, GO like go away, but please don't go away. Thank you. So this presentation again is called Forged by Fire. We're going to be talking about the intersection of different marginalizations, how they impact the world. And I'm going to be giving statistics and kind of, fact-based information, but I'm also going to be giving some personal experiences and some anecdotal things. And again, we're going to talk about gender, race, disability with autism as our focus and how all of these things correlate and what we should know about it and what we can do. So again, I gave you a warning, just giving you one last warning that again, when I'm talking about these intersections, there's going to be some heavy content. So I just appreciate in advance if statistics and information about police violence or sexual assault or unemployment and life expectancy, if those things are challenging for you, when I get to the part where I'm talking about the disparities and the intersections, I'll let you know if that's a time that you need to engage in some self-care and step away temporarily. So a little about me. Why am I here presenting to you? You could say, I don't know, but really I'm an advocate, a writer, an educator, and I've been involved in social justice and human rights work for most of my adult life in the nonprofit sector as an educator as well. But in terms of autism, that is a newer element of my life. I grew up undiagnosed. I had probably a whole bunch of other little subsidiary diagnoses, major depression, anxiety, later picked up an intensive ADHD diagnosis. I was, twice exceptional. I was in gifted classes. It was weird, but I wasn't diagnosed as autistic until adult. Specifically, I wasn't diagnosed until after my two youngest children, who are my biological children. My daughter first, who was diagnosed at 2, and then her younger brother. And it was in seeking services and working with the professionals that were helping my family, that they, I was constantly pushing back, but no, that's not autism. I do that. No, I always did that. Well, of course, this means this. And, we're finally there, we're like, Renike, have you ever been evaluated? Because you set off lots of red flags, so it was, it was very, for me, surprising and also cathartic to understand myself and in wanting to be a better mom for my kids and later learn more about myself and, help the community and realizing that there's such a need for people to share, for people to work in this field and share their perspectives and help others. That's kind of what got me involved. So I would, I didn't, at a lot of events, I didn't see things related to my daughter. There were a lot of things related to little boys. I didn't see many things related to adults. I didn't see many things related to people of color. And things are changing, but they're changing slowly. And so that is kind of my passion, is to make sure that that every aspect of the spectrum and humanity is understood and, adequately served. I'm going to share a couple of frameworks that I'll be talking about today. One you might have already heard me mention, and you've been hearing me say autistic and on the spectrum. So there are so many different ways to describe a person. You can say a person with autism, a person who's autistic, a person who's on the autism spectrum. And none of these ways are wrong. They all have different rationale why people use them. I tend to use autistic. And the reason why is because it's a form of identity first language. For example, I say I'm a non-binary woman. I'm Black. I'm a parent. I'm a professor. I don't say I'm a person with professorness. I'm a person with momness. I'm a person with Blackness. I, in that sense, I don't see it as a negative. I do understand that person first language can be very empowering and very radical, and it's used by a lot of people. And depending on their rationale, person will say, Karen has cancer, not Karen is a cancer patient, because, cancer is something she has temporarily, that hopefully will be eradicated. It doesn't define who she is. But when we're talking about something that's neurology, pervasive, again, remember the name, these are pervasive development, disabilities, autism, and the autism spectrum. This is something that's interwoven throughout one's neurology, brain, body, genetics, and it's not going anywhere. You might be able to mask it, but it is still what it is. And so, however, person first language can be very empowering. The HIV community uses, I am a person living with HIV. And that's a very bold statement, because they're saying, I'm a person, and we're all people. So we shouldn't have to assert the fact that a person, but they're saying, I'm alive, I'm thriving, I'm living. This is a condition that was once considered a death sentence, and yet I'm still living my life. I'm still here. I'm still, doing what I need to do. And it's very, very strong. And so for some people, when they say person with autism, they're saying, hey, I'm living my life with autism, and it's all, autism and I are kind of doing this thing together, and I'm me. So I just wanted to mention that you will be hearing a lot of identity first language, because that's my personal preference, but I feel like people should respect whatever it is that the autistic person wants to use if they refer to themselves as a person with autism, just like we'd respect pronouns. And I think that's how a person should be addressed. So that's one framework, is just, again, respect. But I also want to talk about the framework of disability justice, because that is also one that's important here. So disability justice goes beyond disability rights, and goes beyond intersectionality, which we'll talk about in a moment, and neurodiversity, and all of these other terms. And it's kind of a it's looking at, there's 10 main principles. And there's a website, SINSINVALID.org. I've never known if it's pronounced SINSINVALID or SINSINVALID.org, but they've got, those principles are listed really nicely on their website. They talk about leadership of the people who are most impacted is very important. The wholeness of a person. So a person's value is not, oh, they got X degree, they are married, or they live alone, or what have you. That those qualities don't make you a person deserving of respect. By virtue of the fact that you're alive, you're a human, you're a person deserving of respect. It's not about what you can contribute to a system, although you might desire to or be able to contribute to a system. I talked about cross movement, that there's a lot of things that impact a person that one should care about. Autistic people should care about anti-Semitism and racism and gender discrimination and ageism, because these are things that impact the community at large. And so until all of us are free, none of us are truly free. So those are some of the things. There's some other principles as well. But basically disability justice takes the facts, okay, we've got disability rights, we've got our bare rights, we've got tolerance. Let's ratchet up a notch. Let's have acceptance. Let's have more than just the bare minimum. And so you heard me mention the concept of intersectionality, and a lot of people have heard this term before. But before I get into intersectionality, I want to talk about identity, because for this to make sense. So all human beings have multiple identities. There's not one person who's just one thing. You live in a particular neighborhood, you're in a particular socioeconomic status, you speak a particular language, you are a citizen of a particular country or countries, so on and so forth. So all people have multiple identities, that they're all a part of who we are. Some of them are pretty distinct from one another and don't really have much to do with the other, and several of them are intertwined. in those, because of the fact that these are all, social constructs, these different identities that we are involved in, that identify who we are, we all human beings have some identities that are more privileged and some that are more marginalized. And privilege could be simply because of number. For example, most people are right-handed, like approximately 90% of the population is right-handed, and the others are ambidextrous or left-handed. That doesn't make right-handedness better. It just makes right-handedness more common. And so there's a privilege of being more common, that most tools, if they're designed for a dominant hand, they're typically going to be designed for a right hand, just because that's more something that you find more, more common. We see the same thing in autism. One of the reasons why years ago Light It Up Blue was chosen is because people talked about how there were a lot more boys that were diagnosed than other people, even though women, girls, individuals who are non-binary, et cetera, can and are, autistic and are underdiagnosed. But that was, basically what was seen. It was the majority, were males. And so a lot of diagnostic criteria and services and in terminology and entertainment focused on that. So depending on one's circumstance, you will have privilege or marginalization in a certain setting. So I'm an autistic person. I'm Black. I'm non-binary. I'm a woman. My parents are immigrants. All of those things are factors that could be considered marginalizations, or things that are typically discriminated against in America or in society. But it depends on the context. In a setting where I'm with a cisgender heterosexual white male who is a non-speaking autistic person, who has, who uses augmentative assistive communication or types to communicate, he might check off a lot of those boxes that I mentioned about college education and this and that. But because I am presenting in a way that's more traditional, more standard, more familiar, I probably have privilege, not probably, I do have privilege in a lot of settings to where it's easier for me to communicate, maybe be taken more seriously, maybe be more easily included, although that's not fair. That's just the way that it is. Similarly, my family's from West Africa. If I was to go to West Africa, although my ethnic group might not be the majority, because there's so many different ethnic groups and tribes throughout Africa, it's so diverse. In a lot of places, my race is definitely not marginalized. It's not a minority. I blend in with everyone else. So it's in flux depending on the circumstance that one is in. And the roots go very deep of these things. They go deep, they go back. There's historical context that none of us were alive to have anything to do with. Some of them positive, some of them negative. It is still a reality, so it's something we need to be cognizant of when dealing with one another and when understanding circumstances. So I want to talk about the concepts of neurodiversity and intersectionality, but first I'm going to talk about intersectionality because I talked to you about identities. And all of this is important for me to get into, this presentation, this foundational information. So if it's review for you, thank you for reinforcing what you know. And if it's new for you, then great. Either way, I think that it's beneficial. Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality in 1989. She is a scholar, a professor, an attorney, a very brilliant woman. And in that case, she was talking about aspects of feminism. And she was talking about some landmark court cases. One was DeGraff and Reed versus General Motors, and there were some others. And she was talking about court cases in which the plaintiffs, it was difficult because the people were talking about employment discrimination based on their race and their gender, but they were getting pushback and having difficulty because of the fact that there were women employed at the organization and there were Black people employed at the organization, but the positions were not, but there were men who were Black and Latinx who were employed, and there were women that were white. And so there was no really concession for the fact that a person could occupy both roles, and therefore, we're not getting the same opportunities as other people there. And so again, the example I gave of a person who is white and non-speaking and disabled, a person might have race privilege, but that sometimes can be canceled out by your disability. So are you still treated as less than? Are you still discriminated against? Are you still fighting to get what you need? Is there a person of color who is non-disabled and you are disabled in the school setting or in the work setting? Are you getting equitable treatment? And so and chances are you probably are not. So again, Dr. Crenshaw used an example, and that's why I have this image of if you are in the center of an intersection, and it's a four-way intersection, and vehicles and traffic are coming from every direction. If you are at that intersection and you cannot move, you are at risk of being hit from all four or 2 or 1, but you can't say which one will hit you first or hardest or last, or if they'll hit each other before they hit you, but you potentially can be hit by them all. And so this results in discrimination. And so we know a lot of people know about isms, they know about anti-Semitism, racism, ageism, all of these different isms. And a lot of people, less people know about ableism, which, and so forth. And I think a lot of people don't realize that that our brain types, our neurological types, can foster more discrimination or less, depending on the circumstances. So a person who is different is more likely to be discriminated against, not because different is less or wrong, but just because that's the world that we live in. And so when we think about the concept of neurodiversity, which was a coin that was termed in the 90s by Judy Singer, who's an autistic sociologist in Australia, she was talking about neurodiversity and neural types. And so about how just like we have biodiversity in the world, the concept of neurodiversity is that there are multiple different types of brain types, neurologies, and this is just part of human diversity, just like there's multiple different, ethnic groups or languages or races, and none is better than the other, but there are some that are more common. So if we go back to my example about right-handedness, it's not bad to be left-handed. There are less people who are left-handed. So chances are, if you're in a room, the majority of the people will be right-handed, but that doesn't mean that everyone is. And so that everyone's brain is unique. All of us are different. So even two people who are considered neurotypical have brains that are different from one another, even if they're twin siblings. However, there are certain types of processing, communication, and neurology that are considered more common, and those are the more neurotypical, whereas the others are, deviate from the norm, are more neurodivergent, to use a term that Kassiana Asasumasu coined several years ago. So anything that's kind of off the bell curve, intellectual giftedness, intellectual disability, dyscalculia, dyspraxia, autism, ADHD, all of these things are, neurodivergent types and tend to be discriminated against, and autism very much so. And people misunderstand the term neurodiversity a great deal. And when we talk about discrimination, and a lot of people are like, this doesn't make sense. Why do people not think, that people need help, or they think just autism is just a difference? It's a difference, yes, and it's also a disability. Whether we're looking at the social, at the social model of disability, if we're looking at interactionist. And so there, Shane Neumeyer is an attorney who mentioned that neurodiversity is not a list of words or slogans for people to use or avoid. It's a movement whose ultimate goal is to vindicate everyone's inherent worth and thus their right to enjoy inclusion, freedom, and supports that allow for both. So the neurodiversity paradigm says that just like we have different, sexuality, and different gender and different age and different, and so they're different, but one is not better than the other. It's not better to be this religion than this religion. It's not better to be this race than this race. They're just different. But in reality, in society, there are hierarchies, there are caste systems, and there are all of these things in which people are judged and so forth. And that just like that in neurology, there's the same thing. That's, people pathologize neurodivergence and want to make people more like what's neurotypical, which is wrong. Just like it was wrong when people used to, tie left-handed children's hands behind their back or hit them for writing with their left hand and force them to be right-handed. It was wrong, and it is wrong to discriminate against somebody on the basis of their neurology. So let's talk about this stuff more deeply, because a lot of these concepts are hidden in plain sight. They're right here in front of us, but we miss them because we see them as something other than what they are, or we perceive them differently, we misunderstand them. But just because we may have challenges understanding it, doesn't mean it's not there. And so every person, if you ask them, would earnestly say, oh no, I'm not racist, I'm not ageist, I'm not ableist. And you know what? I don't think inherently at our core, any of us are. But because we're humans and we're fallible, we live in a world where where some of these things are just built into society, and they're things that we have to be cognizant of and weed out. And so for us to be able to make sure that that intersectionality is not something that's weaponized against people, but just something that's recognized and celebrated, we need to examine, we need to understand what we're really looking at. We don't need to think that there's just a whole lot of red velvet chairs. We need to realize that there's someone sitting there. We need to see what's really there, not what we want to see, so that we can improve on what's there. And so one thing that I'm going to talk about is white privilege. And I know a lot of people hate that word. They hate male privilege, they hate white privilege, but there's all types of privileges. Like I mentioned, although I am sometimes non-speaking, there are multiple times within the week that I can't form words, and then I do need to use other means of communication. I am typically speaking. I have speaking privilege. So there's a lot of information. There's a lot of people who have white privilege, and that makes things, that white privilege makes it less easy for them to understand some of these intersections. And so I'm going to talk about some of these things and how they impact. Again, we're talking about the intersection. So this identity layered on this identity, layered on this identity. And so we're starting with race, but that's not the only one we're going to talk about because there are many. And so growing up, unfortunately, my parents gave my brothers the talk, and my brother gave my nephew the talk, and my husband and I gave my sons the talk. And, when he's a little older, my brother-in-law will give his son the talk, and probably my grandchildren will get this talk. And it sucks, and when I was growing up and I used to read all these fiction books, the talk was the birds and bees talk. My white colleagues didn't get the talk about, how to keep yourself safe around police. And this is something that people of color, unfortunately, it's a rites of passage instead of a quinceañera or a debutante ball or a bar bat mitzvah. It's this. It's okay. You were young, small, and cute, but now you no longer have the covering of youth to protect you. You're going to be perceived as a potential threat, and these are some of the ways to hopefully reduce or mitigate your chance of being harmed by authority figures. And so as you can see in these images, those of you who can see, this is a parent talking to a child, giving them the talk about how to be safe and be Black. And this is a parent that's of a white presenting parent talking to their child. And these children are about the same age, about the same height, similar fashion. If you look, you can see the tension in the Black child, that his knees are kind of clenched and his feet are on top of the top of his chair. You can also see the tension in the father's body language. He's stiff as a board, or if this is a father, this parent. Whereas over here, this kid, like if you look at body language, this kid's legs a little bit ajar. It's kind of like, okay, listening. The parent does seem a little, ill at ease with the knees pressed against the chair, because it's not exactly easy to talk about sexuality to your children and talk about where babies come from and all of those types of things. And those conversations are difficult for any parent, regardless of color. But unfortunately, this talk that I'm sharing is something that people have, whether they're autistic or not, if you're a person of color, Black and brown people, and if your child is autistic, you need to have it. It's even more critical that you have it, because aside from just your skin color potentially being a threat, your mannerisms can be a threat. I've been stopped by police myself. I've given this example before in speaking engagements. I have a lot of different stimming devices. This is one of my favorites. I got it from a friend named Leah who lives in Canada. And it was a Christmas ornament. And I have a few, they don't make them anymore. And so I have these and I wear them like bracelets. I wrap them around, or I can wrap them around my wrist. And I have different stimming devices in my vehicle and other places. And then I have some that are coils, and I have tangles, little tangle bracelets, and I have push balls. Those things don't really bother people, but most people aren't familiar with something like this. So I've been stopped, traffic stop, because I live in Texas, that's our revenue. You get stopped a lot, and so even if they just let you go. And so I've been stopped when I have this, and see, this coil can stretch and it can move. And so if I'm nervous, I could be doing it like this. I could be doing all kinds of things with it. I could be doing it like this. And this could be perceived as some type of weapon, and has been. Or what if you're stimming and someone thinks you're trying to reach out and hit them or throw something at them, or you're, moving slowly or awkwardly, or you accidentally say something wrong, or you accidentally engage in echolalia. Now the person might think you're mocking them, or you're not answering fast enough, or making eye contact, or do you have something to hide, are you being shifty? So if you put that on top of those differences on top of race, you have a perfect storm brewing. And this is something that you need to know about, even if you're non-autistic, if you're not a person of color, that movement can challenge you. So I'm running short on time, so I'm gonna go a little more quickly, and talk about a couple of other things. There's so many dangers that these intersections present. There is a place in Massachusetts, the Jed Rottenberg Center, that makes tons of money. It's a multi-million-dollar business. And this business has primarily Black and brown students that are there, and they use electric shock to treat them. I want to kind of read a little bit here about this. This school was formed in 1971 as a special needs school. The children wear electrodes on their torso, their torso, their chest, their backs, their arms, their legs, and they wear these 5-pound backpacks with, these backpacks that have batteries in them. And basically with a remote, the staff can remotely shock you for stimming, for not speaking to someone, for making eye contact, for you wear them even when you sleep, and only when you shower do you take off most of the electrodes. There's federal tax dollars paid $220,000 a student for this school, for people to go to this school. So this school makes $56 million a year, serving primarily children of color, 60% of whom are from New York. They do not give any psych meds to any child. So if a child has depression or anxiety or whatever, they have a no meds policy. That's why they use the shocking. So they've had children as young as 9 years old up there. And these are things that we won't do to serial killers or murderers. And in fact, the United Nations considers this torture. But being of color and neurodivergent is enough to shock you. Even though there have been lawsuits and deaths, it can shock a person 0.2 second shock every second. And the voltage that they use is 3 times higher than what was approved by the manufacturer of this tool. There's a whole lot of other statistics that I realize I think I took a lot longer than I should have to go through some of this information. I want to make sure we have time for questions. I'm hoping that I still have time to go through a few more of these slides, because I think we're doing questions at the hour.
We'll start questions at 11. So
okay,
you
great.
have
Okay,
time until 11.
Yay. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so I can slow down just a bit. Okay, so I want to talk about some of the disparities that exist with regard to autism in general, with regard to race, with regard to gender, with regard to all of these things intersecting. So I'm going to start by talking about male privilege and how it impacts people. And how gender is, and so I'm going to have to read through some of these because I don't have these statistics memorized. So thank you for your patience. So although gender diversity, there's a lot of research that mentions that there's a lot of gender diversity in autism, approximately six times that of the neurotypical population. And then in adolescents and adults, and they believe that it's approximately 4 or more times higher in youth, mean age about 11 years old. So they found that being autistic and being a gender minority or having a sexual orientation that is marginalized increases one's risk for depression and anxiety symptoms. And this, and this is already alarming because of the fact that when you are autistic, you have a higher rate of these mental health diagnoses, higher rate of suicidality and so forth in general. And so if you layer that gender on top of that and or sexuality, it's very concerning. Specifically in a study from Vanderbilt in 2019, girls with autism were 6 times more likely to have been mistreated, have had some type of, physical, verbal, or sexual, assault than boys. And yet these allegations were often not followed up on. And as such, from as young as elementary age, autistic girls have been developing compensatory social behaviors, the masking and so forth, the camouflaging, which causes a lot of burnout and internal stress, but it's something that's necessary for survival. And so they've also found that there was a longitudinal 20-year study that was recently reported that the suicide rate of autistic women is more than 3 times that of neurotypical women. And that because of these compensatory strategies, the less autistic that a woman presents, the more likely that she is to have multiple psychiatric diagnoses. So she pays for it. She's not stimming, she's not rocking, and she's acting like she's got the mask on, and this mask is suffocating her. And so if we take about a look at some other things, some other aspects of some of these statistics, I want to talk about women and girls. Some more. I want to talk about the fact that compensation enables women and girls to perform more daily tasks, communicating with one another, but it doesn't, it's not enough for them to sufficiently maintain employment. In other words, this masking this gender difference, that people say that this protective element of sex that people talk about looks like it's beneficial, but it's not in the long run. So it facilitates gaining employment. It does not help people to maintain employment or to advance and thrive on the job. There are higher rates of switching. There's higher rates of depression, suicidal ideation, low self-esteem, and rumination about social failures. These gender minorities tend to have poorer physical health than their other autistic counterparts. So these are all concerning things. I want to talk about how our perception of things is key and important, because I've been talking about gender, I've talked about race, but I'm going to talk about some statistics that are kind of universal for autistic people of various marginalities. So again, if you being autistic is a marginality in itself. It's because it's a disability. If we're adding in the other things, I want to share some more statistics. Parents who are trying to seek out services for their children are 14 who have a child that is suspected to be autistic or is diagnosed later, 14% less likely to get a proactive response from the providers that they're seeking, which results in delays in obtaining services. They're also more likely to be told that the parent is being paranoid and that they're going to grow out of it, or that's just how a boy is, or what have you. And this is from the Journal of Pediatrics. And so all of these children are less likely to graduate high school, less likely to enroll in and or finish college, more likely to have disproportionate rates of punishment. Going back to the suicidal ideation, we were talking about it with regard to gender, but in general, there's a 10.9 to 50% suicidal ideation rate. It's higher. So in neurotypical children of the same age, it's approximately 0.5%. When we're talking about younger children, it's 14% for children. It's one of the top 3 causes of premature mortality in autistic people without intellectual disability, 9 times more likely as a whole than others. 7 times more likely, autistic people are 7 times more likely to have an unpleasant encounter with police than people with other, not only without autism, but other neurodevelopmental disabilities. That's regardless of race, but in that, we could say that about approximately 50 to 60% of people of color have more than one concerning encounter with the police. There's also some studies from the American Journal of Public Health that the median age of death for autistic people is 36.7 years of age, and we're 3 times more likely to die from injury. And then I want to talk about some other things as well. I want to talk about some people. So I'm going to name a couple of people for you. Some of these names you might have heard of, some you have not. These are all autistic people of color, and most of whom are children, there's a few adults. We talked about the police encounters. So Aiden Clark in North Carolina was 6 years old when the police pointed a gun at him and his mother when he was having a meltdown. DJ Mackey of New Mexico was 8. He's now 10. He got an assault and battery charge from school when a teacher, he's a non-speaking young man, took away his way of communication, his iPad, and he was frustrated, and he literally was facing assault charges. There was a 10-year-old little girl, her name unknown in Louisiana, who was thrown to the ground and handcuffed last year by 5 police officers for having an attitude at school. There's Davion Cieslak in Michigan, who was punched and pepper sprayed by police. There is Stevan Watts, who was killed at the age of 11 by police officers because he was brandishing a butter knife. Last year, there was a teen in Fresno who was 16 years old, who was Latinx and was having seizures, and he was assaulted by the police. And then there's stories such as J.H. Phillips, who was 17 years old in Louisiana and was tasered at school. There is the case of Neeli Latson, who is now in his early 20s, but at 17 years old, was waiting for the library to open in his neighborhood, was hanging out, just waiting for the library. It was a little early, and someone saw him pacing and walking back and forth because he's autistic, and they said there's a suspicious Black man who probably has a weapon, and the police came, started talking to him aggressively. He was unnerved and started to walk away. The police demanded his name. He couldn't form words. They grabbed him, and then he defended himself, and he ended up in prison, solitary confinement. It was just a horrible situation. There was also a little boy, Caleb Moon Robinson, who's now in his late teens, but when he was in 6th grade, he kicked a trash can in a moment of frustration, and 11 years old, and he got 2 felony charges. So all of this is like, what are we seeing when we look at these things? Are we understanding that these are children? Are we understanding that people aren't getting the circumstances that they deserve, the services that they deserve? Are we understanding that white children are diagnosed 65% more than Hispanic children, or that, 1/10 of toddlers of color are never screened, despite the fact that all children are supposed to be screened at a certain time, or all these other statistics that I have about, diagnostic rates or so forth. Sorry, hit the wrong thing. So we talk about fire, because this presentation is called Forged by Fire. There's approximately 10 minutes remaining. So I want to talk about what fire is and why this is important. So fire is the combination of, basically we take oxygen, we take heat and fuel, and that chemical reaction results in fire. So oxygen, usually in its natural state, prefers to be dioxygen, prefers to be two oxygen atoms together, not alone. And similarly, autism doesn't travel alone. As I mentioned, it comes along with sensory differences or communication. Obviously, it's a social communication disability. Often other things that people are more predisposed to, maybe GI conditions, say seizure disorders, maybe certain other types of disabilities or tendencies. And so oxygen doesn't travel alone, and neither does autism. So this is just kind of who you are, but who you are could be a multitude of things. And you might have strengths, like dioxygen is stronger than just oxygen. People who are on the autism spectrum have strengths, but are people focusing on the deficits. Then there's heat. You don't have to do much for heat. Simply the environment has to change for things to heat up. And so a lot of times you're still the same person. You've just gotten older, or now you're in circumstances that are different, that demand more of you. And now it's hotter and it's more intense for you than it was before, and it's harder to cope. Fuel, that's a catalyst, something that sparks something off. That could be anything in a person's life, circumstances, people, places, triggers. These things result in fire. And fire in and of itself is not a bad thing. Fire has revolutionized our world. It is why we are able to do a lot of things. We are today diversified the human diet. It allowed us to protect ourselves against nocturnal creatures. It allowed us to live in colder climates. But a byproduct of fire is smoke. And smoke is noxious, and it's damaging, and it's just kind of like how we have waste products, like we all void, all living things void. Smoke is a byproduct. It is not part of fire, but it comes along with fire. And smoke is actually what's more dangerous for people when there's a fire than the flames themselves. Flames can be contained if you control one of the three elements of fire: the oxygen, the heat, or the fuel. You can contain a fire and even put it out. But smoke is much more difficult to handle, and people can, inhalation of it, destruction of things around it. And that's what we see. A lot of people are looking at autism. Autism is just a neurology. It's different. Autism is not the problem, but the difficulties that come in living in a world that's not built for us, they're our smoke. And so we really need to see things differently. We need to look at things in a different way than we do. We need to think about the way we're communicating about autism. I want to read something to you. It'll sound familiar to a lot of you. Persistent deficits in social communication and social interaction across multiple contexts. Deficits in social emotional reciprocity. Deficits in nonverbal communication. Poorly integrated verbal communication. Abnormal eye contact. Deficits in understanding gestures. This is the DSM-5 that I'm reading to you. That's not neutral. That's negative. That's not like saying, that's a description. That's like, for example, you could say, oh, there's this annoying woman over there named Marinike, or you could say, oh, there's this woman over there. By adding that annoying, you've colored the statement. Why can't we say a way the brain receives, processes, and responds to information? Variation in how the world is communication. Sensitive hearing, vision, or taste. May develop skills on a different timetable. Needs to develop the ability to predict consequences and control impulses. Why can't we say that same thing? Why do we have to say restricted, repetitive behaviors, fixated interests that are abnormal in intensity and focus, stereotyped, repetitive motor movements, insistence on inflexibility, adherence to, and all this stuff? Why can't we say a need for movement to comfort anxiety, to express joy or process? An individualist, not easily swayed by peer pressure, deep passion for interests, and focus in great detail on topics. Movement expressions that differ from that of the norm. Why can't we say that? Why can't we say, instead of impairments and deficits? Why can't we say flexibility is needed, mindfulness, exertion, providing accommodations, et cetera, et cetera? Why can't we say those things? We are all different. And so as long as we continue to pathologize difference, we're going to continue to have outcomes where we are that are imbalanced in people who are autistic and who are not. As long as we're calling it autism spectrum disorder, because that's not a neutral term. I'm not disordered. My brain is ordered and works exactly the way that it's supposed to. It's ordered like that of an autistic person. I like how in the UK, they're more likely to say autism spectrum condition. It's a disability. It's a part of me, but it's not this bad entity. And so I think that what we need to understand is we're fearful of the fire, but fire keeps us alive. Fire is what allows us to have our, fuels in our engines, because we look at electricity and all of these kind of more modern forms of utilizing fire. And so we need to kind of change the way that we look at things and, and structure things and have a better and a different understanding. We need to look at the positives and not only the negatives that exist when we're talking about autism. There's beauty, strength, and longevity in all cultures. One of the strengths of the Roman Empire was that when it took over lands, instead of trying to make them all homogeneous, they allowed people to keep their languages and their culture and so forth. They just had to pay heavy tax to Caesar, but they were allowed to keep a lot of the elements of the way that they lived their lives. And that's how things like algebra and all of these, Islam and all of these different kind of ideas got spread throughout different parts of the world. Instead of obliterating what was there, they integrated what was there. And so there's a few different ways to learn about some of these intersections. There is a website, autismandrace.com, that has some information. I wanted to call your attention to a free resource and then one that's not free. This book on the far right, Autistic Community and the Neurodiversity Movement, Stories from the Frontline, was edited by Dr. Stephen Kapp. It is a completely 100% open access book. So you can get the entire book or certain chapters of it completely for free online if you were to Google this book. And Palgrave Macmillan is our publisher. I wrote a chapter about the first anthology about race and autism. There's also other people talking about things that happened in early days of the autistic movement to give some history and some context to what we're seeing now, because this is a social movement. Another area where you can learn more about some intersectionalities is Sincerely Your Autistic Child. And I am a co-editor of this book, along with Emily Page-Ballou and Sharon Davenport. And this book is essentially, it's talking about people's different experiences and identities as autistic people and giving advice to parents and what they would want them to know. So Cornel West says that justice is what love looks like in public. And so I'd venture to say that respect and acceptance are what love looks like in private on an individual level. And Audre Lorde says we do not have single issue struggles because we do not lead single issue lives. And so I just want to remind all of us that that's the case for us as well. So now I want to break for questions and discussion. And I thank you all for being present and being part of this presentation.
Thank you so much, Marenike, for that really, really insightful presentation. So now we're going to start asking you questions that people have posted in the chat. So what, one of the first questions that actually I came up with, sorry, was, I love that you're not using the terms low versus high functioning, because of course that's just setting up already that hierarchy. Do you have any suggestions of alternative language that parents and caregivers and others can use that are more positive?
Absolutely. And I didn't come up with these. Some people, and some of this language is utilized. There are some people who say, if you're needing a short way to say it, you can say has minimal support needs or has high support needs, or instead of saying nonverbal, can say non-speaking or is an AAC user, because of the fact that the person's not nonverbal. Verbal doesn't require speaking out of one's mouth. One can be typing and be very verbal and so forth. And so some people, suggest that. And one reason that I feel very strongly about this is even before I was ever part of the autistic community, I've been Black my whole life. And in the Black community, I live here, I was born in the Midwest, but I live here in the South, in Texas, next door to Louisiana, where there's a huge Creole population. And in the South, probably in a lot of places, there's a lot of colorism. So there are people who are Black who are very, very fair skinned, curlier hair, lighter eyes, and there's people who are in between, and there's people who are dark like me or darker. And there's terminology that people used to use and still use: high yellow, red bone, brown, or terms like, oh, such and such has pretty hair. And anytime someone says pretty hair or good hair, they were talking about hair that was not black, 4C Afro-ish texture. Hair that was softer, curlier, not, more of a, mixed texture hair. And so I was thinking, as my literal brain, the opposite of good is bad. So if this person has good hair, my hair is not like this, my hair is bad. If such and such has pretty eyes because their eyes are hazel or green or blue, and my eyes are just dark brown, if your eyes aren't pretty, they are ugly. And that's not the case. Again, it's just difference. And so the different term cannot be a pathologizing one. And so I don't think for anyone to say, oh, well, my son's high functioning, or oh, you're only mildly impacted. First of all, we're not sauce. We're not mild sauce and hot sauce. You know what I mean? So that's not appropriate. And you can't tell what's mild. Like someone could say, I'm mildly affected. I'd love for you to spend a week in my house. I think you'd say a very different thing if you saw me outside of this camera, dealing with life in some other ways, or if you saw me when I was younger, or so forth. People don't stay 2 years old or 3 years old. We evolve over time and change. And so we might still have high support needs. Some of the most brilliant individuals that I know are non-speaking individuals who were deemed as having intellectual disability and being low functioning and not understanding. Once they were able to have a means of communicating, the deep, profound things that come out of their minds are amazing, and how hurtful it was when they constantly heard themselves referred to in these negative terms. People can understand a lot more than you think. And even if they are cognitively impaired, I have a child, my oldest son is intellectually disabled. He's not on the spectrum. He still has strengths and he's still a great person. No one wants to hear themselves referred to like they're not there or talked about in ways that are harmful. Just describe what you see. If a person needs to say, okay, I'm looking for a respite provider. I need someone, I have a child that is, primarily non-speaking or has some self-injurious behaviors, scratches at their skin, or sometimes bolts, or blah, 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 or needs some help with, toileting. Describe what you need, describe it, but don't distill it down to low functioning, high functioning, severe, whatever, at the mental age of a 3-year-old, and those types of things are just so harmful. At the very least, if that person understands what you're saying, you're hurting their feelings. And if they don't understand, then don't you feel like a better human for the way you are speaking in their presence is a respectful way, like what you do in the dark and in the light is the same?
So I know, I love those terms that you had suggested for persons who don't use a lot of expressive languages. We would call it, non-speaking, non-AAC user, as opposed to, I would be a non-AAC user sometimes. But
yes.
You love being able to type things out because I sometimes have trouble getting my thoughts out as well. It's very important to have as many methods of communication as possible.
Yes.
So, you gave us a lot of different statistics, and clearly from the statistics you're giving, it's important for families who do have a child who is diagnosed with autism or an autistic child to have the talk with them about, how to deal with police. But obviously it's again, with those intersections coming together, it's even more important for families of a racial minority to have those conversations. Do you have any suggestions for parents about what that could kind of look like, or kind of how to start that conversation, or even when to start that conversation with their loved one?
So I think it depends on a lot of factors. So some children, are, so is your child very small and young looking? You might have a little more time if they're, if their development is that they look, but is that child small and young, but they're more likely to bolt, they look a lot, or what have you, or they are, there's certain reactions that they have in public, or in settings that are, more challenging. So I think it varies. So just like the talk, like the birds and bees talk, like my mom was a nurse. So I learned about where babies come from when I was very little, like 5. And, I didn't learn, there was no stork and all that. It was just, this happens, and so, but my younger brother learned about it later. It was development. He's, non-autistic, but he's just personality wise, it was better for him to learn later. So I think there's different elements of things that people should learn. One thing that I would encourage people to do is, so the first introduction to police should not be that discussion. My children, including my autistic children who are younger, people should understand, first of all, what the police system is. And I know there's a lot of discussion about abolition of police and reform and all of that. So I'm not taking away from that conversation. But right now, in a setting where most of us live in communities where we do have police officers, where our tax dollars are paying for them, where they are employed, I think no family should want to create an adversarial perspective, relationship. So you want to let them know what police are. These are people who are paid to keep the people, the public safe. They do this, they do that, they do that. Explain certain things. Go on the websites. There's some kind of fun little games on some police department websites. Show them some age appropriate things. Let them know what police officers do. Visit a police station if it's going to be okay. Because again, it could be the noise and stuff. Can be challenging. So first, introduce them to the concept of police in general. Then, if you have a child of color, you've probably already given them some information about when you go in the store, don't fidget around because I think you're putting your stuff in your, so whatever, when you're having those conversations about being careful, because of how people will see you or treat you or be worried, incorporate that it's not just the average person that you need to be careful of, but you also need to be careful in the presence of police because they carry weapons, because they have to move quickly, because they can misinterpret things. They're dealing with a lot of criminals, and so they can't sometimes discern between someone who's just having a difficult time and someone who's a criminal. And yes, we'd love if they knew more of that, but at this point they don't. And so but when a person, I think that people should make sure, and I know some people are like, oh, well, I took my child to the police department and introduced them to the police. They all know him, he wears tags. What about when you're on vacation? What about if your child escapes? What about if those dog tags fall? What if there's a new person who got hired after you brought your child there? All of these things, or, oh, there's training at my police department. Well, do we know how the efficacy of that training? Was it informed by autistic people, or was it some antiquated PowerPoints that they read somewhere that just made things worse? So I think that it's like understanding and knowing your child. You want to put it in a way that's age appropriate, that's not going to trigger your child. You want to let them know, just like you would let them know about, like the stove, firing. This is great. This is how we cook. But this can be dangerous if you do this and that and the other, or other things that you talk to them about, bathing. Okay, this is but make sure you don't have electricity, a cell phone, or make sure you don't burn yourself, so when you're sharing the positives, also share those risks as well. So people can know it isn't that they want to hurt you, but if they misunderstand, they are very likely to hurt you. And it's going to be too late. There's not going to be anyone that's going to understand that you're young, or that you're stimming, or that you're this happening. So even though this is hard, try in these situations this. And if anything goes wrong, it's not your fault. You know what I mean? And don't try your best to just let us handle it after. See, the problem is you can have this cognitive understanding of things, and then you can be in the middle of a situation, and it's so hard to do that. And myself knowing this with a graduate degree, being an adult, when I get stopped by cops, and I know I'm thinking, okay, I've got my license. I'm not speeding, hopefully, I'm like, got my insurance, got everything. I don't have drugs in the car. I don't have anything. I'm not trafficking anybody. And yet I'm scared. I'm nervous. My heart starts beating. My tone is off. I find myself more tense because of so many things that have happened. And so I know what to do, but I also know that what to do doesn't necessarily make you safe. And then again, can you do it? So what I try to do is tell myself is, there's some crappy cops, and there's a culture of silence. There's also some amazing cops who love and look out for people. And that hopefully this is like insurance. You hope to never have to use your life insurance or your car insurance. You don't want an accident, but in case there's one, you want to have it. And so I hope that that's something, and I would really love to see more voices of disabled and specifically autistic officers. I don't see very many. I know that some officers of color or officers who have a disabled child or an autistic child have started to kind of go to some webinars and kind of share their perspectives so that people can feel more comfortable. But I'd love to see some people. I think the representation is so important, to see autistic people across the lifespan, autistic people who have full-time support and don't work, autistic people who work a full-time job, autistic people in this field, this age, that age, this family composition, this gender, this race. All of that is so important. So I'd really love to see if there's someone out there who's comfortable sharing their status, what they could educate us all about.
Yep. All right, so our next question is about evaluation. So I encounter this a lot. I know other professionals encounter this as well, where we're encountering people who we're trying to encourage them to get an evaluation done for their child, or maybe even for themselves. And there's resistance because there's fear of stigma, fear of being kind of stigmatized. Can you talk about kind of your experience as a parent who went out and got these evaluations for your children, but also for yourself, how you kind of came to that decision, how you overcame that fear?
Sure. And so I guess I would have to say that being autistic and not being aware of it protected me from a lot of the fear. Because I think if I'd known some of the things that I know now, I think I would have been a lot more hesitant and scared, because I really didn't understand how, you know, backward the world is when it comes to treating people with, with dignity and understanding difference and respecting them. Parents are gaslit so often. They're treated in such a patronizing way. It's very frustrating and it's hurtful. They're trying, most of the time. And so I think that I can understand why people do have I think about in certain communities, in the Black community, there's a saying, you have to work twice as hard to get half, which sucks, but it is true. You have to excel just to get an opportunity to walk through the door. It's not fair at all, but it's reality for a lot of people. And so I think that people are thinking, so if you're a person of color, you're thinking, I don't want to put just one more thing that could possibly, make my child have to dance that much harder or navigate that much more. If you're not a person of color, if you're a person, it's like, okay, how is this going to help or benefit my child? Are they going to be labeled? Are they going to be, and we all wear labels. Identities are labels, but they're thinking, is this going to be something that's going to create problems for my child, that's going to cause them to not get the education that they need, or not get the consideration that they need, or, hurt them in some way? I don't think it's the label that they're scared of, but what could happen? What do they have to expect? How are people going to treat their child, or what's going to happen with this label? So I think there's that fear. And then I think that there's also the fact that disability has been used in so many cases to hold people back, the kind of separate, segregated tracks of schooling and so forth, and to lower expectations and to reduce opportunities. And so I think people have legitimate concerns. But I would also say that it's not perfect, but yes, we have the ADA, we have principles, there's policies, there's regulations in place, there's funds in place to provide services. So it's kind of like, you don't have to utilize something necessarily if it's not something your family needs at that time, but looking into it and determining what the options are so that you can have understanding, so that you can have tips and tools. And so if you're in a circumstance, it could potentially protect your child. I'm not saying that it won't possibly create risk too, but you've got to look at the cost, risk, benefit. And so I know for me,
those balances.
Yes, with my children, there were things that I didn't know. There's things you're not going to find out from being on Google till 3 a.m. at night. There's certain predispositions health-wise and whatnot that I wouldn't have known to get my children assessed for had we not had this label. There's certain resources and information and tips and tools that I've learned. So I think that people can get it. Now, do you place it on the child's forehead and blast it to the world? Maybe it's not anything to be ashamed of, but it's like anything else in life, it's case by case basis in terms of people needing to know. But I would encourage people to do their research, talk to other parents, and instead of just writing the idea off immediately, if I'm not doing that, take your time, do your due diligence, do your research, figure out what's best for you and your family. So don't feel pressured to jump and move right away, but also don't just write it off, because it might be something that could result in a benefit for your child.
Yeah.
Or yourself.
Kind of in that vein of, do you shout this label from the rooftops, or do you keep it only to yourself? Somebody's asking, should you disclose your diagnosis of autism to law enforcement, or should you not? How do you kind of navigate that? What are your thoughts on that?
And see, that one I think is complicated, because I think it's case by case basis. Because I think in some cases that could be helpful. They might be like, oh, okay, so that's, and they might kind of adjust. But in some cases, they may have such a negative view of autism. Oh, I heard all those mass shooting people are autistic, or they're gonna have a meltdown, they're gonna knock me down, or they're gonna whatever. They're gonna, so are you telling them, is that gonna exacerbate their fear and make them treat you worse, or is that gonna have them, understanding? There is a Lydia Brown has on a website, autistichoya.com. There are some kind of like how people have those communication cards or whatever. It's kind of like a simplified version. I know some people use it, but then there's the danger of, if you're reaching for this card, do they think you're reaching for a weapon? And so what I have done in the circumstance that I've given you all an example of, I did tell the person, he was drawing for his gun. I said, wait, I'm on the autism spectrum. And I was so glad I was able to get those words out, because and even still, he didn't seem very reassured, but he didn't, took his hand off the gun. So I wish I had a straightforward answer, but I can say is I think it's pretty variable.
Well, no, it's definitely very helpful. And I thank you so much, Veronica, for all the great tips and tricks and just sharing your thoughts on these different things. Obviously, these are very complex intersections that we have going on here that people of color and people who are diagnosed with autism or are autistic, depending on the language that you use, are experiencing. So it's just great to hear from somebody who kind of help us to think about those things coming together, because I think that gets lost a lot when we think about all of our different identities as so siloed. So thank you so much.
I think so, and they're definitely not siloed. And I just want to encourage parents, you know a lot more than you think you know, and you're a lot more capable than you believe that you are. I think that there's a lot of tension, and that's the way life is. There's, especially online, there's this perspective here. Sometimes feels like there's battle lines. And so, yes, it can be. I think that the perspective of it is invaluable, of hearing from those of us who are artistic. Like Carrie's going to be speaking in a moment. Brilliant guy. There's so much to learn and gain. And so I think that definitely parents, the experts, the autistic people should be chief among the experts. But I also want to encourage parents to not second guess yourself. Like this is your child. Understand your child, follow their cues, and breathe, and it's going to be okay. Walk in love with your child, and don't be afraid to take a new journey, and you all are going to be okay.
Thank you so much, Marenike. Sure. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Carrie Magro. Carrie is an award-winning autistic professional speaker, best-selling author, and autism consultant. Carrie is a CEO and president of KFM Making a Difference, a nonprofit organization that hosts inclusion events, and he's also the author of several best-selling books. It's our pleasure to welcome Carrie as he shares his perspective on navigating the transition to adulthood for people with autism. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you all so much for having me at this amazing, amazing conference. I cannot say enough about all the presenters who will be speaking today. I am going to share with you a little bit about my journey. I have a personal connection to this cause, growing up with autism. And unfortunately, today, the popular image of autism in our community focuses on children. So I'm going to give you a breakdown today of where adult autism currently looks like in our community. And I am going to share my PowerPoint slides right now. Here we go. Awesome. I hope everyone can see these okay. So first and foremost, one of the first things I want to ask all of you today is just for an icebreaker, just so we can all get to know a little bit about each other. In the chat, if you could just tell us where you're tuning in from, when were you first introduced to the topic of autism, and then also what has been your experience with autism and the transition to adulthood. Now, I am an avid note taker, so during the presentation, don't feel like you have to grab every single resource that I'm going to share with you. We're going to share over 30 resources that you can take advantage of, especially around the topic of adult autism. If you scan this QR code, if you take your camera phone out and you just tap the camera with the QR code, or you grab the link right here, bit.ly carry slide notes, leave your name and email, we'll be more than happy to send you the PowerPoint slide notes from today's presentation. But to kick off our presentation today, I wanted to share a quick video with all of you so you can get a little glimpse into my journey, which started in 1992 when I was diagnosed with autism to the point I am today. I was actually nonverbal, so I was nonverbal till I was 2.5 years old. And growing up in my journey, there were a lot of uncertainties about what my future was going to look like. So I hope you enjoy. And if you could play slide video 2.
Our next guest is an accomplished public speaker and activist who has devoted his life to helping others. Not bad for a guy who was completely nonverbal for the first few years of his life. But once Carrie Magro found his voice, he had a lot to say.
My parents have always told me I'm special, so why am I special? And then later on, I realized that I'm even more special because I have autism.
Carrie Magro's childhood was marked with rough patches. He was completely nonverbal at age 2 and diagnosed with autism at age 4.
I just remember having difficulties trying to explain myself to the world around me.
When Carey did speak, he struggled to express himself.
Most of my memories were simply just about that kid who wanted to communicate with the world around him, but didn't have the verbal means of actually doing that.
His mother, Suzanne, remembers watching her son have a hard time adjusting to the outside world.
He turned 2 and he was scared of everything. He was scared of the water, he was scared of the rain.
But as the years went on, Carey slowly began to find his words.
When you can't communicate with the people you love the most in this world about even some of your basic needs, it gets really, really tough. But luckily, once I started talking, I never stopped talking.
Carey went on to graduate high school, attend Seton Hall University, and then independent living. Today, Carey is a professional speaker, activist, and mentor dedicated to educating people about autism.
Wow. This is a tough one today. Carey is currently finishing up his doctorate in education while also writing a children's book about autism acceptance in addition to his public speaking. Good for him.
So that was just a little bit about my journey. And I was diagnosed with autism in 1992 when the numbers of autism were 1 in every 1,000 being diagnosed. And today, autism is the fastest growing developmental disability. And growing up, I had extreme laser focus key interest. I could tell you every single NBA player and every single team that they've ever played on. And I took a lot of that to actually build on my fine motor challenges growing up with autism. And later on would receive my degree in sport management at Seton Hall University before changing career paths to actually receive a scholarship from the National Speakers Association to become one of the first openly autistic professionally certified public speakers in the country. I took that because my second key interest, which was becoming the 6th member of the Backstreet Boys. I fell in love with theater, I fell in love with music, and I actually used that as a way of building on my social and communication abilities, and later on realized when I didn't see there was a lot being done for the disability community, wanting to change career paths to go towards that road. It's given me the wonderful opportunity in the past 10 years now, while also pursuing my doctorate after receiving my master's, to travel the globe and to talk about celebrating differences, not only about autism. During that time, I've become an autism entertainment consultant because of my love of theater to bring a realistic portrayal of autism to our entertainment industry. Getting to work on films such as Joyful Noise, starring Queen Latifah and Dolly Parton, based on a teen in the film who has autism. Jane Wants a Boyfriend, that focuses on a 25-year-old with autism trying to find love in New York City. And then also 2019, HBO's Mrs. Fletcher, which focuses on a nonverbal young boy who's on the autism spectrum. During my journey, I realized the importance of getting my story out there because often in our community, there are some people who have very large challenges who really can't speak up for themselves. And I wanted to be an advocate for them. So I started to write books based on my journey on the autism spectrum. I assumed the first book, Defining Autism from the Heart, would be a nice Christmas gift for my parents, maybe sell 20 copies. But within 3 days, it became an Amazon bestseller, and it continued to give us an opportunity to continue to write books about the spectrum of autism. As a thank you for having us at this conference today, I'm going to be actually donating signed copies of all my books to YAI for their resource library in the hopes that they could potentially be helpful resources for people within our community. In addition to that, I have a 501c3 nonprofit organization where I talk a lot about adult autism. I provide scholarships for autistic students to go to college, while also providing life coaching and mentoring services for all those with disabilities transitioning to adulthood. If I leave you with one message today, it's that you take this quote to heart. Autism does not end at 18. While most publicly funded services do end at the age of 18, or if individuals stay throughout their high school experience at 21, we need to do a better job across the board discussing this topic of adult autism. Because don't get me wrong, early intervention for those first 5 years is pivotal towards reaching those developmental milestones and living the best quality of life across the lifespan of autism. However, we can't forget about these kids after they turn 18. And my journey, I mean, I was considered that quote unquote, experts would tell my parents that I would be lucky to graduate from high school. And today, speaking in front of all of you, I can honestly say that I've overcome many of my challenges. I still deal with challenges with autism today, but I received my doctorate in education so I could become an adjunct college professor. While I travel the globe, one of my big role models in the autism community is Dr. Stephen Shore, who is an internationally known public speaker who's on the autism spectrum. Is actually a professor at Adelphi University. I hope I can walk a similar road to what he is currently doing today. So the talks I give, I mean, I have had the opportunity to speak to big businesses about the ROI benefits of hiring autistic people within the workplace, giving student assemblies, professional development, focusing on teaching the way our students learn and making sure we're establishing a rapport with each one of these individuals, in addition to giving CPAC and PTA presentations, and then also just novice presentations discussing autism spectrum disorders in businesses. As you can see in my background, April is Autism Acceptance Month. So we spoke at many different businesses and nonprofits about the topic of autism and other disabilities. So in addition to that, one of the things I really wanted to do once I started public speaking for the first time was nurture self-advocacy. We have a Facebook page called Carrie's Autism Journey, where we started a video series called A Special Community, where every single place we go to speak, we bring a tripod and a camera, and we sit down with self-advocates for 10 to 15 minutes at a time. We ask, what would you like the world to know about you? Not only the hopes of breaking down barriers for those with special needs, but also nurturing self-advocacy. We realized that if you met one individual with autism, you met just that one individual with autism. So not only do we hope to broaden the scope of autism by sharing self-advocate stories within our presentations, but we also hope that this will give them the exposure to continue their work being a self-advocate within our community. So one individual we got to highlight, you may notice her, and I want to share a little bit about her story today. Please play, I believe, slide 6 video.
Of my high IQ being gifted, I was missed, and I think that people weren't looking for a Black African girl to be autistic. You know, they didn't know a whole lot about autism, period. And when they did, they were looking for characteristics that seemed more prevalent in, you know, young white boys who like Thomas the Train, you know, and
Great
so
at math.
Yes, and so I grew up and I didn't really understand. I knew I was different. I didn't understand what the difference was, and I had a number of misdiagnoses, different, you know, that throughout my life, and I just tried to find coping skills. And I was accepted at home, but in society, I had a lot of challenges. It's a cush ball, and I remember having one or something similar when I was, you know, a kid, and I lost it. And as an adult, it's very interesting. I remember growing up having a lot of stims when I was a child, and as an adult, suppressing them in a sense as to not look weird. So developing internal stims as opposed to external ones. So scripts, song lyrics, or poems, or things that I would run through my head, or moving my tongue, you know, indiscriminately to where no one could notice, and not rocking, so that people wouldn't look or feel uncomfortable. As an adult, once I was diagnosed as autistic, after my 2 youngest children were, I started to rediscover some aspects of myself. Whereas my children stimmed openly and toe walked and flapped and they spun, and I didn't want them to feel suppressed, I realized, well, am I modeling that though? You know, because yeah, there's nothing wrong with changing yourself, but if you're changing for the right reason and not because you're trying to hide. And so I decided that, you know, while there's nothing wrong with internal stimming, for some people that's natural, I wanted to reclaim some aspects of who I am. I derive great joy, and it also helps to calm me. So I have several different types of stimming toys. I have some that are coils that I move. I have this tangle, I have about 4 or 5 of these different bracelets, and I have the cush ball. And so depending on the circumstances, sometimes I just need one. Maybe I'll just wear this and just the pressure is enough. Sometimes I might need several, but it just really, for me, it just helps me, the motion, the movement, the sensory input really helps me to just kind of function. There seems to be sometimes a false dichotomy that there are autism parents, and the parents themselves are non-autistic, of children who are on the spectrum, and then there are autistic adults who don't have children, or that's how it's perceived. And that's not necessarily everyone's truth. There are people like myself who are on the spectrum and have children who are on the spectrum. I have children both on and who are not on the spectrum. And in a sense, I think it has provided me a lot of insight, even though they are their own individual person with their own experiences and perspectives. There's a lot of things that I understand about the things that they do. It helps to prevent certain things. It helps me to kind of build up strengths and emphasize those.
So I absolutely adore her story. I'm so excited that she was able to speak at this year's conference as well. And now I can say that we've highlighted over 150 self-advocates as we continue to reduce bias within our community while also normalizing the human condition, highlighting everyone from a 6-month-old with Down syndrome in the Bahamas all the way to an older gentleman who has cerebral palsy, who actually did not disclose his diagnosis. So he could actually go about joining the Army, which is an incredible story. One message that I love to share in these presentations around the transition to adulthood is the importance of the fact that you should start planning for the transition to adulthood in pre-K. And what do I mean by this? One of the biggest ways is if your child is reaching developmental milestones, have the conversation about their diagnosis. Now, sometimes I get pushback from parents about this, and they typically say to me, well, Carrie, I don't want my child defined by a label. And when they say that, I tell them, give them positive peer role models within our community. Because I grew up learning about my diagnosis when I was 10 and a half years old. I was learning that Michael Jordan has ADD, Magic Johnson has ADHD, Leonardo DiCaprio has dyslexia. And at the end of the class, the teacher says to all of us, all these individuals are special, just like you. So I was curious. I raised my hand and I asked, so teacher, why am I special? She said, I had to talk to my parents. I sat my parents down right after school that day and asked them, why am I special? And that was the first time I ever learned about my autism diagnosis. And it was life-changing. Because years later, I would start staying in on my IEP meetings, establishing even more of a rapport with my child study team, asking them how I learn a little bit differently than others, learning about more of my strengths and challenges. And now we talk to parents about having that initial conversation because for so many years, I knew I was special, but I didn't know what that meant. So that's one great way where you can start planning because self-advocacy is a continued important theme that these kids are going to need to learn about as they get older and transition to adulthood. So, autism by the numbers in our community today. So, obviously, autism, fastest growing developmental disability in our country. However, 1 in 5 Americans currently have a disability today, and most of these disabilities continue to be on the rise. And one of the constant things I say is that people ask me, oh, is it environmental? Is it genetics? Is it dieting? Is it all of these things. And I often say that one of the biggest reasons why we're seeing the increase is because we're having more awareness. We're having more awareness about all these diagnoses, the early signs of a wide range of these diagnoses, and we're making sure less individuals are falling through the cracks. One of the biggest statistics done by the Center for Disease Control actually in 2020 was the indication that not only 1 in 54 have autism, but 1 in 45 adults have autism, comprising over 5.4 million Americans have some form of autism, in addition to that fact that over 70 million people worldwide have autism. And that's why we need to continue having these conversations about the numbers on the right. We have known this for years, but over 500,000 children with autism will become adults with autism in the next decade. And these statistics I'm about to share with you may be shocking to some. Only about 1/3 of autistic students pursue a post-secondary education. The Statistics by the Department of Labor indicate that up to 90% of autistic adults are unemployed or underemployed. 81% of adults with autism still live with their aging parents. And one of the more shocking statistics that's not on here is that the majority of parents who have an autistic adult in their life have not written a will for their child. I give a TED Talk called What Happens to Children with Autism When They Become Adults, which is available to watch on YouTube. And one of the key questions that comes up during these conversations, and I presented in my TED Talk, was what will happen to my child when I'm gone? We need to have these conversations early, because at the end of the day, all these questions come up to a parent from one time to another. It's everything from, will my child be able to find a job? Will my child be able to go to college? Will my child be able to find supports after they age out of school? Will my child be able to live in a group home or live independently? Will my child be supported financially? Will my child be able to find love one day? Relationships continue to fall through the cracks within our autism community in terms of resources. And then finally, will my family take care of my child when I'm gone? Guardianship in the topics we talk about in our autism community often fall through the cracks. And then also when the school bus stops coming, because ultimately we still need to have conversations around the topic of the fact that once an IEP ends and we look at individuals once they turn 21, there's so many wait lists put upon our community. And honestly, when these individuals, the families, have the personal connection of seeing their child become an adult with autism, that is typically when these conversations start to happen, when we really need to start having the conversations now. So issues that those with disabilities face today in that transition to adulthood, I mean, we talked about a few of these already, but also primary care options and transportation need to continue to be an ongoing conversation that we have. Specifically, as the Today Show video mentioned, once I started talking, you couldn't get me to stop talking. So obviously, great idea to start a career in public speaking. But my second biggest challenge was sensory-related challenges. And I, growing up as a kid, hated public transportation. Even to this day, I've had to build coping mechanisms and routines on getting on a bus, being able to even drive for the first time, which I often talk about in my teenage autism presentations. These are all challenges. I had a sensory brush that I would use for 5 minutes each and every single day to come back to a place of normalcy. And whenever I felt sensory challenges during transportation, that would be something I would use to self-regulate. And again, the popular image of disability is with children. Publicly funded services for the disabled are substantially reduced when they reach 18 and are virtually eliminated beyond personal and medical care at age 21 in the United States. So what do adults with autism need? We were just speaking at Lowe's this month for Autism Acceptance Month, and I can't tell you enough about the importance of establishing strong peer mentoring networks in our schools, but also in the workplace. Because at the end of the day, while we notice the rise in prevalence of diagnoses, we're also realizing the rise in prevalence of things such as isolation, anxiety, and depression. And one way we can combat that is peer mentorships, because it doesn't only make sense for autistic individuals, it makes sense for everyone. We have to give individuals the opportunity to look at what the future may have in store for them. So in addition to that, natural supports technology is specifically focused also on augmented alternative communication, looking at methods, because again, at the end of the day, speaking is not the goal, communication is the goal. Written instructions, I continue to talk about the fact in employment, we need to be more direct, be less vague in job descriptions, in addition to visual supports as well. So transitions as part of the IEP process is also really, really pivotal. So we often in our community, I see from time to time that a transition plan as part of an individualized education plan falls through the cracks completely. I actually went up to my disability support specialist on my college orientation, and I asked her, hey, if you could hook me up with that IEP, I will be right out the door. And she said, Carrie, sit down. We need to have a conversation. And that was the first time anyone explained to me 504 reasonable accommodations. I was like, what is that? How am I a freshman in college taking a 504 course? I mean, that my mind was blown. I had no idea what I was in store for. And that was because the schools didn't prepare for my transition planning. So we need to make sure that transition planning focuses on a wide range of factors, from everything from what the individual would like to see themselves do in the future, whether it's employment, post-secondary, and then start building on those models today when they're in high school. Some of this starts at age 14 and some states start at 16. The goals should be focused on short-term and then also long-term. In addition, things that you also might want to talk about are money management and as many soft skills as you can talk about in those conversations, from everything from being a team player, from communication skills, from being able to critically think as well. So the transition to adulthood, these are some of the things that we continue to need to highlight. Not only is April Autism Acceptance Month, but October is National Disability Awareness Month, in addition to National Disability Employment Awareness Month. We need to find ways of hiring consultants and advising them who have disabilities in the workplace, starting subcommittees, starting advisory groups that could really give first-person perspective, because that's really pivotal, especially when we're talking about things such as reasonable accommodations within the workplace. That was something tremendously beneficial for most of my employment opportunities. Having human resources being able to advise me to talk to other employees who had disclosed their diagnosis as part of advisory groups within those companies. And we often consult with companies on how they could actually make that happen. In addition to that, making sure people are aware of their rights by individual insurance coverage. I can't tell you how many times that comes up, especially when we're talking about special needs financial planning. It's really important that when we look at things such as rights law in the United States in K through 12, that we're encouraging parents to potentially hire an advocate, and when they don't have the financial needs, financial support to hire an advocate, seeing if somebody would be willing to do that pro bono. Helping those with disabilities also understand the need of maintaining their personal medical records. This will be beneficial, especially for parents as the child becomes an adult, when we're talking about things such as a letter of intent. And then make all forms legible and as detailed as possible, and again, be literal. In addition to that, we also need to foster independence within our community. Again, peer mentoring doesn't only make sense for autistic adults, but it makes sense for everyone. Look at job shadowing, look at potential individuals who might be going into your high schools, who have graduated, who might be able to become part of a mentoring program, whether it's a potential alumni association starter, or simply just trying to get them more involved with these high school kids. In addition to that, also look at educating on self-care, money management, travel training, leisure skills, hygiene, one that along with dating kind of falls through the cracks too often than not in our community. And if you're looking for a resource on how you can kind of look at these and look at them on a strength and challenge-based model, I would definitely recommend Autism Speaks Community-Based Skills Assessment, which is available via this link. Autism Speaks has over 40 free toolkits, I believe, everything from early intervention to later adulthood on the autism spectrum. In addition, I mean, 90%, in addition to Lowe's speaking at Wyndham Worldwide this year, we've had the wonderful opportunity to collaborate with Google, PSE&G, American Express, PNC Bank, all about these topics. So one of the things I will say, in addition to the notes here on this slide, is we need to do a better job of making sure we're utilizing unrelated STEM jobs. So STEM was a great way of introducing employers to the autism community. Advocates such as Dr. Temple Grandin said that she believes that half of Silicon Valley are somewhere on the autism spectrum. And I found that so hilarious. But at the same time, when I was thinking about one-on-one projects, it really opened my eyes to a lot of these different topics. I mean, we have the Microsofts of the world, the SAPs of the world starting autism at work programs. But now we're realizing individuals such as myself who have full-time employment as a speaker and an entertainment consultant, we're realizing that people such as Mickey Rowe was one of the first Broadway performers on the autism spectrum to actually be able to perform as the lead on Curious Incident, the Dog in the Nighttime on Broadway. Other individuals such as Anthony Hopkins, who just won the Academy Award for The Father, actually came out several years ago about having Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism. So we need to expand our conversations around the topics of employment, not stereotype. You could definitely check out my talks at Google about the ROI benefits of hiring people with disabilities in the workplace if you're wanting to expand your knowledge on this topic. In addition, there is a job portal that's currently available to check out at spectrumcareers.com. In addition to that, I would definitely encourage you to check out the What Can You Do campaign. This is a free resource done by the Department of Labor to focus on the strengths in our autism and disability community versus focusing so much of our time on the deficit model, which I continue to see plague our schools, where we focus 99.9% of the time on what our kids' challenges are. But what are we doing to nurture those strengths as they get older? So the ROI benefits of hiring people with disabilities in the workplace can't be overstated. They are more likely to stay at a job longer, and then they are also less likely to take days off from work. In addition, the majority of reasonable accommodations cost absolutely nothing. And the reasonable accommodations that do cost something typically are just an onboarding fee of standardly around $500. So in addition to that, we need to just start that conversation that it's not about what a company can do for somebody with a disability, but it's what somebody with a disability can do for that company. In addition, we need to have larger conversations about housing. Easter Seals is a fantastic resource if you're wanting to learn more about what the future may look like. I receive about 150, 200 emails a day from parents in my inbox. And one of the harder questions that typically comes up in those conversations is when a parent writes to me and they say, my child has the type of autism that nobody talks about. And it hits me every time to my heart, to my core, because I think to myself, there are going to be individuals such as myself who can live independently, have full-time jobs, but we also need to realize that autism is a spectrum. That's why I sometimes hate, from the entertainment perspective, the Rain Mans of the world, the Good Doctors of the world, because we have so long given the popular image in our entertainment industry to savants who are on the autism spectrum. And don't get me wrong, there are individuals like that in our community. We just need to create characters and write characters who really show the entire spectrum. And when we're talking about housing, we need to look at things such as supportive living, group homes, supervised living, farmstead communities, and also assisted living facilities as well. And then we also need to look at LTSS. We need to have larger conversations within our community about the importance of entitlement in addition to eligibility services, in addition to affordable housing opportunities, because as somebody who hopes to get into affordable housing projects in the future with minority partnerships focused on special needs housing, this is something that I really want to make one of my big initiatives as I travel the country to speak. In addition to that, we need, as part of this transition planning, to have larger conversations about the transition from IEP to 504. As part of my nonprofit organization, we started a scholarship program because we realized that many of our autistic students were struggling with Common Core. I believe Common Core is not the answer in K through 12 today. And I could go all day talking about that. However, we realized that a big barrier to entry for those with autism who wanted to pursue a post-secondary education was the fact that they were terrible at standardized testing. And some of the biggest metrics towards scholarship aid are SAT, ACT, and GPA scores. So we started a partial scholarship program, and now we've given out 86 scholarships for autistic students to go to college, and several of our winners have graduated from college and found full-time employment. In addition, we had 93 applicants for our spring scholarship this year, which was truly, truly amazing to hear so many amazing stories. In addition to that, I told you that we have a larger conversation we need to have about relationships. That was a big reason why I wrote my book, Autism and Falling in Love, because when I was 18 and wanting to start being in a relationship for the first time, I had no idea how to talk to women. And that's one of the big things my mentees talk to me about. Often they don't want to talk about the mock interviews. They want to talk about the cute boy and the cute girl. And I get that. I was their age. So as part of our video series, we also try to highlight self-advocates who have successfully navigated relationships. And I wanted to share a quick video of two individuals who are doing that today. If you could play slide video 22.
When I first met Will, I figured he could be just like a great friend. And then when we sat down, we just couldn't stop talking. And it's just like, we clicked right away. We started talking about the same interests, what we like. And then, you know, it almost feels like love at first sight.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to put it that way, but things do take time, actually.
That's true. We sure had a lot of memorable moments, don't we, Will?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Lots of sweet ones, and very exciting.
Any particular favorites that you remember or something?
Well, from what I can remember from our special dates, I remember when we went on a Valentine's date to Olive Garden.
Oh.
And then afterwards, we came back to my place and watched Lady and the
Tramp. Parents and those who are looking after kids on the spectrum, actually, to not give up on them, actually, because you never know what they might be able to show, actually. You just need to be willing, because the key word, I think, is listen, actually, and just pay attention, actually, though, and stuff. Either whether that's to their interests or try to get into their, as was pointed out in the lecture today, about trying to come into their world, if you will, or something, actually, to find that way in, and then go in with them and stuff, actually, and then they might take you to places where, you know, you never thought possible.
So what are some hopes that you have for each other in the future?
I know we've had the conversation before a little bit of a while back, but I wouldn't really mind getting married someday, and hoping possibly someday maybe start a family. And if not, there's plenty of options. There could be adoption. There could also be different kinds of like ways of, and if we don't have the time of having children, there's always different animals, and like pet-wise, cat.
Oh yes, because I know you have a bunch of cats at home and stuff, actually.
I have 4 cats at home.
Hey everyone, this is Carrie from A Special Community. If you like this video, check out our channel for more videos of people impacted by a diagnosis. You can also subscribe and hit the notification button to know when our next video will be posted.
So for everyone at home, I would love to give you an update on them today. They actually are married now and are looking forward to spending the rest of their lives together. And I mentioned their video because not only the impact of relationships, and that it is possible for some, but we also need to have larger conversations about the topic that those with autism lack empathy, which couldn't be farther from the truth. Some of the people I know who are on the autism spectrum are some of the most empathetic people you would ever meet in your lives. So definitely need to have larger conversations about relationships. In addition to that, we also need to realize that individuals like Temple Grandin believes the love of her life is her work. And there's going to be people also in our community who may be asexual and not necessarily need and want to pursue relationships when we're talking about the journey to adulthood. But as we continue to see the rise in the numbers, we also need to realize that we're also going to need to talk about late adulthood on the autism spectrum. So as our final video, I want to share an amazing story about a woman that we actually met named Nellie, who actually didn't find out about her autism diagnosis until she was 53. A powerful story from an incredible self-advocate within our community. If you could play slide 23 video.
I was diagnosed at age 53 in December of 2014. It was so life-changing for me after a lifetime of struggles and not knowing what was going on and just thinking I was stupid, really. I grew up with struggles comprehending and understanding and friendship. I was even hospitalized in 2008 for almost a month with depression and OCD and anxiety and never knowing what was going on, and no one knew to look.
What would you like the world to know out there about your story? Just anything at all.
Persevere, be strong, don't take no for an answer. There were so many times I wanted to give up, and I didn't, because I knew that whatever was going on, the doctors weren't seeing it, they were missing it. And my perseverance, my being determined and not giving up, even though there were times when I just wanted to say, I'm done, I'm leaving this planet, I can't handle this pain anymore. Something said, no, there's a reason you're here, keep going, keep moving, and it proved out. Even now I tear up. It was like my life changed that moment, and everything from childhood on, from classroom bullying, from abuse as a child, physical and sexual abuse that I internalized, friendships that didn't work, all of those things shifted in that moment. And since that time, and it's been over 2 years, everything is being reframed about who I am and what's important and what I want to do in my life. I feel like I'm a kid again and that I've been born over again. And part of me gets a little frustrated and angry about that, because I am 56 now, and it's like I wish I knew now what I knew, my diagnosis now, that I had known it earlier.
Her story is just incredibly powerful, and that is why I never want people to dismiss adults on the autism spectrum, especially for so many years, and especially when we talk about girl autism as well. We need to make sure that everyone within our community realizes that, first off, there's no one size fits all. Secondly, autism is a lifelong diagnosis. Third, if you met one individual with autism, you met just that one individual with autism. But at the end of the day, one thing that I constantly tell people is that I never expected this to be my life. Experts were telling me that experts in the speaking field told me that I would never be able to turn this into a full-time job because autism is too niche and disability is too niche, and no one would ever hire you to speak around a topic like this. And during my journey to adulthood, the best things that helped me were learning to self-advocate for myself, learning ways to self-regulate some of my sensory challenges, being able to have a blueprint of what the future was going to look like for me, having strong, positive peer role models, and also realizing I wasn't alone. Those were some of the biggest key elements to my journey on the autism spectrum. And I can honestly say today, as somebody who still has challenges on the autism spectrum, that autism can't define me. I define autism. And I can only hope for every single one of you who's listening into today's presentation that you, regardless of you're a self-advocate, you're a parent, you're an educator, you're a therapist, that you can go out there and you can help every single one in our community define their lives and their journeys the way that they best see it every single day. And if you need any help getting started, these are the ways that you can stay in contact with me after today's presentation. I thank you so much for listening. Again, if you would like the PowerPoint slide notes, You can click the link, or you can take your camera phone out and you can scan the QR code, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that any of you have at this time. Thank you so much again for having me today.
Hi, Carrie. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing. Gives us a lot to think about. So now I'm going to ask you some of the questions that have been put into the chat. So one of our first ones is more about your acting career. So have you done any cameos or?
You know, it's funny. I'm actually on Cameo right now. So just this platform where people get messages for birthdays and everything for people. So I am on Cameo. In addition to acting cameos, no, not yet. However, that's something I definitely hope to do in the future. I performed in over 20 plays in my life. And as the Today Show mentioned, theater therapy was pivotal to my development.
Awesome. So we have a question from a parent about dating. So what information would you give parents who want to help their child kind of enter the dating world?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, definitely look at online dating as a possible avenue, especially during the barriers of entry for that when it comes to COVID-19. Definitely, I recommend talking about levels of intimacy as well, in addition to rejection. Make sure that they understand that happens to everyone, because these are some of the larger conversations we need to initially have. Also, just role play a lot of situations, such as if somebody would like to kiss somebody for the first time. We need to just have a preparation. I always thought in structures, so I would do a lot of journal writing on certain interactions that I would potentially have as a way of preparing myself for those interactions. And just realize that also it's going to come when it comes. And then also there's some individuals like the Temple Grants of the world who might not necessarily want to go about it. But if they're interested, definitely stay in contact with me. It's a topic that I talk about quite often in the community.
So now you had mentioned that you used a Century brush. What brought you to use a Century brush? Was it like, did you get an evaluation? Was it an OT who suggested it? Did you just find it and were like, this is perfect for me?
Yes. So I was receiving extra occupational therapy at Hackensack Medical Hospital, and they introduced a sensory brush because we were playing with Play-Doh, we were playing with GAC, we were playing with rice to build on fine motor challenges. And a sensory brush was just something very cool to me. Half the side was bristles, half the side was a smooth surface. And I just really latched onto it from an early age. And whenever I was having difficulties in school with things such as fluorescent lights in many of the classrooms, where I actually, as part of my accommodations, would wear sunglasses in many of my classrooms because of the lights. Whenever I felt any bright lights or loud noises, as somebody with hypersensitive sensory challenges, I would use that brush for 5 minutes to self-regulate.
Okay. Now, somebody else had another question about acting. So do you have any recommendations for a person who has disabilities who wants to get into the acting world?
Yes. What I would definitely do is I would actually follow the career of Kayla Cormer. She is on a popular show called Everything's Gonna Be Okay that's available to watch on Freeform currently. She is 23. She's an autistic actress playing an autistic lead in the show. She's very involved on Instagram. I would definitely recommend following her story. Definitely look at disability-related talent agencies such as, I believe they're called KMR Talent Agency or KRM Talent Agency, because they hire a lot of individuals who are disabled who are actors today.
Okay, thank you for that. So what suggestions would you give to parents or caregivers about having that autism diagnosis conversation with their loved one? How do you bring it up? Is there a particular point? Obviously everybody kind of has different personalities and ages and develops differently. So when should they kind of start that conversation? How do they start that conversation?
Well, I definitely think that if your child is reaching most of their developmental milestones, definitely having that conversation as early, again, as pre-K, 4 or 5 years old. Have an entertainment related process of explaining it. And what I mean by that is there is a lot of different ways of, for example, Sesame Street has Julia, the first Muppet who's on the autism spectrum. Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood on PBS Kids just introduced an autistic character as part of the show. So all of these children entertainment related projects, watching one of those and then potentially that child having an aha moment, seeing other similarities to themselves, can have be a great segue to that initial conversation, and just keep it very novice in nature. Simply just talk about the fact that it just means that you learn a little bit differently, but it doesn't make you any less of a person. Always focus on strength-based, focus on how autism has strengths while it also may have some challenges along the way.
Thank you. And then we also have a question. So if your child's school district hasn't started their transition plan and they're 16, what advice would you have for that parent and the child? How do they push for that? What kind of questions can they start asking to try and get that to happen for them?
Well, the first thing is to simply just go online and print out different forms that say that transition planning is supposed to be starting. I mean, having documentation, especially written documentation from experts who indicate that transition planning in some states is 16, some states is 14. I mean, it just makes it very easy to understand. It just makes them understand that they have to provide these accommodations as part of an IEP process. So that's one of the biggest things. In addition, definitely reach out for outside legal counsel if your child study team is continuing to not provide transitional planning. You could do that via an advocate, or you could simply just go to websites such as, I believe it's called specialneedsiep.com. So you can learn a little bit more about the process and potentially hiring somebody to help you become part of your IEP team. Because again, another big thing is that any person in your village can actually be part of those IEP meetings to make sure you're documenting as much as possible, but you're also advocating as well.
Okay. Now you had mentioned a lot of stuff about, like planning for the future, kind of planning for when you as a parent or a caregiver may no longer be there, which of course it's difficult for a lot of people because it's right. Confronting your own mortality. Do you have any words of wisdom for those people who are kind of starting to think that way or get into that kind of future planning without me here? Do you have any words of wisdom for those people who are embarking on that journey?
Yeah, the first thing would be to write that letter of intent as soon as possible, because so a letter of intent for people who are new to the concept of letter of intent, it basically just stipulates every single thing from your child's interests and hobbies to the different medications that they receive. All of these go as part of special needs financial planning, looking towards the future, but then also what the guardian may want to look at as you are passing the guardianship to somebody else. Those are really the important things. I would definitely recommend writing that letter of intent and try to be as detailed as humanly possible, because then it also gives you an opportunity to share that letter of intent with other people in your child's village, if they're still in school, their child's study team, and being able to have a little bit more information to establish a rapport with your child.
You had also mentioned having, as part of the transition process, having somebody begin managing their own medical paperwork and appointments and kind of understanding that. Do you have any, are there any apps out there that you know of, or any particular helpful organizational tools for an autistic person to kind of begin taking over management and ownership of their own medical needs?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend checking out the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. I know that they do a lot of work in that area. In addition to a lot of grassroots conversations, they also have a lot of different resources on their website around that topic. I don't know of any apps, but the app idea would be great.
I'm sure there must be an app somewhere, but where is it and what is it called is a whole different thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also just making sure that it's not a scam, because there's so many apps online that are kind of just very focused on just making money without actually having content that's involved. So
that is also very true. Very true. Now, on the topic of transportation, you had mentioned how transportation is very important, and obviously we see how this plays out in a variety of different aspects as people get older and want to do things on their own without having to have somebody else getting them there. However, it's something that causes a lot of anxiety for parents and caregivers. With your journey in becoming able to independently travel, was there anything that stood out to you or anything that was really helpful for you or your parent in regards to kind of becoming travel ready?
Google Maps were extremely helpful to those conversations, being able to have a street view of the areas that I was going to before I was going to those situations. And I mean, this was, I feel so old when I say this. I was like 15, 20 years ago now. I can't grow a beard, so I still have the baby face. People still assume that I'm 21 years old. But I remember during my journey, Google Maps were a great way to prepare myself for a situation before I was going into that. Everything also from looking at MTA schedules, using the subway, being able to just prepare myself as much as possible. I know other parents who do social stories and personalize it to that individual as well. But usually that's for younger children. Sometimes I see teens being able to utilize that as well.
Now, you had mentioned that you ended up getting your driver's license. How long did that take you, and what kind of a process was that like for you? Did you go to like a driving school, or did your parents teach you? How did that work?
Parents were terrified to teach me, as many parents are like.
Mine were definitely terrified. So,
yeah. Like, make sure to brake right there. Brake right there. So I think the biggest. So I grew up in Jersey City, New Jersey. So big city. Never really needed to, because I had mass transportation everywhere. So I didn't learn how to drive until I was 19. So I was in my first year of college. And I mean, one of the biggest things my parents did was they just tried to educate me on the facts before they actually started me doing the driving process. They just wanted me to know like speed limit regulations. They wanted me to know the blinkers of the car. So it was really just the preparation that went into the process before actually driving a vehicle. Helped me have a better sense of it. In addition to not driving on highways originally because some of my sensory challenges and because the movement of the car would actually send me into a little bit of overload. Really just preparing on local streets at first to get myself up to that point where I would be able to drive fully.
Awesome. Okay. And our last question. So you had mentioned at a couple of different points, college and education, how post-secondary education is so important. A lot of times what we hear is that people might be able to get into college, but then are having trouble finding supports. Any tips or tricks for those persons who are engaging in college or in post-secondary education, but are having trouble finding the supports they need?
Yes. First would be go to autismcollege.net. They are a fantastic resource. Our next book that we're coming out with called Living with Autism, Stories You Need to Hear. 100% of the proceeds are going back to our scholarship fund. And each one of the scholarship applicants wrote an essay about their journeys growing up with autism. So when that book comes out, just hearing the first person perspectives would definitely be something you might want to check out as well. In addition to that, I mean, autismcollege.net is usually the recommendation I make at the front of the process. But also look if the college has an autism support program. There continue to be ones that continue to sprout out every single year. University of Alabama, Fairleigh Dickinson University, based here in the tri-state area. Adelphi has the Bridges program. So while you're actually looking at post-secondary institutions, definitely see if they have an autism center or an autism support or disability-related program.
And where did you go to college again?
I received very minimal supports because I wanted to be the next Larry Bird. So I did sport management at Seton Hall, got my master's also at Seton Hall, and then went to New Jersey State University. Really didn't have many accommodations that really were talked about a lot at those specific colleges. So I kind of had to go dive in deep into the deep end right away. But my parents were my greatest advocates and really took the bull by the horns, so to speak.
Well, thank you so much, Carrie. So I'm actually going to share my screen now for our break slide.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Yes, thank you so much. So thank you both Marenike and Carrie for your presentations and for answering our questions. Remember that anyone who completes our feedback survey will be entered to win a copy of Marenike's new book, Sincerely Your Autistic Child: What People on the Autism Spectrum Wish Their Parents Knew About Growing Up, Acceptance and Identity. We will now take a 15-minute break for you all to get ready for our next three presenters. So we will see you all back here at 12:30. Welcome back, and we hope that you enjoyed your break. I'm now excited to introduce Dr. Rebecca Doggett. Dr. Doggett is a specialist in autism spectrum disorder and conducts diagnostic evaluations as well as individual and group treatments for children, adolescents, and young adults with ASD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. She is the project director for the NYC Regional Center for Autism Spectrum Disorder. Let's turn it over to Dr. Doggett, who will share tips and resources for people with autism who we know have been so uniquely impacted by the many changes that have come with the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Dr. Doggett.
Hi, everybody. It's so great to be here today. I'm going to go ahead and share my presentation. All right. So today what I'm going to be talking about is the change in routine we've all experienced, but in particular how COVID has impacted kids and adolescents, adults, and families with autism during this pandemic. And we'll talk about some strategies for navigating the difficulties that might arise, as well as thinking about how to support transitions back into our new normal as things continue to change for everybody. This presentation is brought to you by the New York State Regional Center for Autism that is housed at the Child Study Center. This is a state-funded grant that allows us to bring workshops and trainings to the New York City community in autism. Brief overview for today, we'll talk about how to create routines in times of uncertainty and change. We'll talk about some strategies for smoothing out transitions, and I'll present some resources and have time at the end for answering questions. So just to start out, as an acknowledgement that everyone's doing their best. It's been an incredibly difficult year, and for everybody, and particularly for families who have children with autism. And I just want to acknowledge that being here and listening, trying to get a tip or two is wonderful, and just to appreciate all the work that everybody has done over the last year, which has been very, very challenging. So the strategies I'm going to talk about today are in the frame of COVID, but they're not just strategies that we use for COVID particular times or pandemic times. These are all strategies that are known to generally promote positive behavior in kids, and especially kids with autism. So I encourage you to take what you can, even if it's just one idea, something that you think might be helpful for your own family or for your practice if you're a professional. I really encourage you to listen and hear what you can. I know it's a lot of information, but just remember that these are not just strategies to think about for COVID in particular. So at this point, we're all fatigued. We've been living in this state for over a year. And everyone needs validation that they're doing a good job, they're doing the best you can in a situation that's tough. And kids also need validation, particularly in knowing that you understand some of the challenges that they've been faced with this year, that it's hard to be away from teachers and friends. It's frustrating not to be able to go to places. And just making these kinds of statements can go a long way in helping kids understand that their family, their caregivers, their providers, their teachers, they understand the difficult things that have been going on. And we should expect to see some challenging behavior during a difficult time or during a time of change. And that's not unexpected. And I'll give a little bit of a very, very brief overview about challenging behavior, but why we might expect to see it in a time like a pandemic where all of our routines are upside down. So all kids engage in behavior to get them what they want. And what they want might be any variety of things. A lot of them are listed here. They might be seeking attention from somebody else. They might be seeking something that they want, that's nice, that's pleasurable. They might be looking for sensory input, either to increase that input or decrease that input. They might be looking for a particular item, or they might be wanting a particular food. They might be seeking a particular routine or control over a situation that they feel like they don't have, or they might be trying to get out of something that's unpleasurable or that they don't particularly want to do. And we call these the functions of behavior. And all behavior has a function, it has a reason why it's occurring. And we see behavior and challenging behaviors, things that might come out like tantrums or crying or aggression or just refusals. Those kinds of challenging behaviors are actually trying to communicate something. And if that person was using their words, they might be saying something like, please help me, or talk with me, or I don't want to do this anymore, or I need a break, or that's too loud for me, or I don't want that. So they might be showing it in their behavior, but actually there's some communication under that, and we need to be able to understand that to figure out how to support them and how to help. So you can see here some examples. If an individual was trying to escape an activity, we might see that behavior instead as telling us, I don't like this. I don't like this activity, or I need a break from this. So we always want to think about what we see in behavior does have a communication function underneath it. And this all goes into how we learn. And this is very kind of bare bones, but essentially all people learn in a behavioral way, so that if we do something and something good happens afterwards, we're going to be likely to do more of that thing. So if I go to a vending machine, I put in my money and I get my candy out from the vending machine, something good happened as a result of my behavior where I put in the money. So I'm probably more likely to do that again. But if when I do something, there's a bad outcome or a negative outcome or something that I don't like, I'm more likely not to do that behavior again. So if I put my money into the vending machine and then the candy gets stuck and I don't get anything, that's really frustrating. So I'm not so likely to use that vending machine again, for sure. And maybe I'd be wary about using other vending machines. So this is the way that behavior works. And we can actually change behavior by changing a situation that happens before a behavior occurs. And we can change behavior by changing the response to a behavior, what we call the consequence. And today, what I'm going to be focusing on is the before, the prevention strategy. So how do we prevent challenging behavior from occurring in the first place? And that's what we'll be talking about mostly today. Whenever we're thinking about supporting children, individuals, especially those with autism, we always want to draw on strengths. And here are just a few of some of the strengths that kids often bring. They are really receptive to visual instruction, especially visual supports. They're generally like visual learners. They do well with routine and expectations, as well as explicit instruction. So breaking things down into parts, into smaller pieces, so that there's predictability. They have really strong passions and interests that we can often use. They have very keen sensation and sensory abilities. And then we always want to think about what do we know works and helps for any particular person. And those are all things that we want to consider when we're figuring out, okay, how do we help somebody navigate through a challenging time or an uncertain time like this pandemic? So in general, when there's unknowns and inconsistencies and who knows what's going to happen or what's going to change in the next 2 weeks, we always want to try and maintain as much consistency as possible. So these are things like maintaining a similar sleep and wake schedule, maintaining as much consistency around the mealtime schedule when those happen, an evening routine. So if a child or adolescent is at school during most of the day, thinking about keeping the evening routine and certainly the bedtime routine as consistent as possible. We want to think about other things that might come up, like the electronic schedule and access to electronics and when they have that availability, and keeping that consistent. I know that was a question that came up a lot during the early pandemic, especially about kids were using screens more, and is that okay? How can parents navigate that when they're trying to balance their own work and other responsibilities at the house? So we just want to think about consistency. Once there is a routine, to keep that as steady as possible. And it might be that that routine has to change when the environment situation changes, but we want to keep as much as we can as consistent as possible. And what's really key is that there are a lot of supports that many individuals are receiving through school. They might be receiving therapy sessions like speech therapy or occupational therapy, physical therapy. They might be receiving counseling or outside providers who they're working with for mental health support. They might be engaging in ABA therapy. And it's really important to be consistent about keeping those sessions with all the professional teams that are helping to support the child and family. That consistency is important for maintaining gains as well as making progress. And again, it's part of that individual's routine that they know, they're familiar with. These are things that they're used to doing. And if they suddenly stop, then that's a really big shift. That's a big, big change. So we want to keep as many things consistent, especially the support services that might be in place for that person. All right, one really key prevention strategy when there's just so much going on in the environment, a lot of stress, a lot of change, is to give kids choices. And giving them choices increases their sense of control and it builds independence. So when the world seems very out of their control, they don't have a lot of say in what goes on, they get told what to do a lot by parents, by teachers, by everybody who's older than them. Having that ability to make a choice of what they want can really, really help with motivation and giving them some sense of agency. And choices can be given to kids in lots of different ways. They can be given verbally to the child, they can be written down, they can be given in pictures so that child can point to a choice. So it doesn't have to be that the child needs to verbally say or be able to communicate verbally. These can absolutely be given through pictures or images or written down. And the idea is not that the child is choosing anything they want to do at any time. The parent or the caregiver or the their teacher or their therapist is giving the options for the child to choose between, and the child is choosing from those options. So that's often a question I get is like, well, if we let the kid choose everything, well, they'd want to eat like brownies for dinner and they'd want to, play Minecraft all day. That's probably true, but we're giving them the parameters and giving them the options, and then they're getting to choose from those options. So some examples, and these are really, really simple choices, like what chair do you want to sit in for dinner? Do you want to color with the red or the blue marker? Do you want to color or do you want to bounce on the ball? What do you want for a snack? Do you want goldfish or fruit snacks? If they're doing homework, which worksheet do you want to start with? Do you want to start with math or do you want to start with writing? And even if you think, well, this is kind of a really meaningless choice, why does it really matter? That's exactly the time to give a choice, because it does matter to the kid. They can have that say, they have that choice. to control and to exert control over the situation. And usually we can come up with choices that are easy to make, don't create a big problem, aren't a big deal, and they can be implemented very easily. So I encourage everyone to think about how to implement some choices within the day. And even if you think to yourself, well, I know exactly what they're going to pick. Like, they love goldfish. They're always going to pick the goldfish. Why would I even offer something else? But still an opportunity for allowing them to pick and allowing them to choose and allowing them to have some control over the situation. So when situations are unpredictable or unknown, social stories can be really helpful to preview and explain routines that are either changing or new routines that somebody might be unfamiliar with. So if you don't know what a social story is, I definitely encourage you to go to the website at the bottom of this slide, Carol Gray Social Stories. Carol Gray is the developer of Social Story. There's a book, as well as the website, which is informative about what social stories are. But essentially, a social story is a story with a couple of key components to it. The story is meant to clarify and explain what's going to happen in a particular situation. And it provides some wording and some instruction to the person reading the story about how to cope in that situation. So with positive coping skills. We can tailor the stories really easily to a particular individual's level of language. We can use a lot of images and pictures if needed. The stories are written in first-person language so that the person reading the story is really identifying themselves in that situation and in that new routine. The stories are also written with a lot of positive and reassuring language in them. So making sure that the story includes what the person can do if they're feeling unsure, or they're feeling afraid, or they're feeling worried or angry or upset. All these kinds of coping statements are built into the story, including what they can do if they're feeling those kinds of emotions. So I'll show you a story that was written by a colleague of mine, Dr. Donnelly, at the Child Study Center. And she wrote this story to help with the new change of going to school part-time in the classroom and part-time learning from home. So the story goes like this. I will go to school this year, just like I have every other year. This year, the way I learn will be different. This may make me feel anxious. I will go to Yellow Brick Road Elementary School on Mondays and Wednesdays. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I will learn from home. When I go to the school building, I will wear a mask. My teacher and classmates will be wearing masks also. This is to keep everyone healthy and safe. If I feel nervous, I can talk to my teacher, look at pictures of Pokemon, or squeeze my stress ball. I know I can do this because I've practiced before. So in this story, you can see that it's preparing a child for this upcoming transition about their school routine. And obviously this was something that was a big change for kids. Some kids were learning fully remotely, some had hybrid, some were able to go to school in the classroom more often. But this was a big change from what they were used to. And so it acknowledged that feeling of worry, that there might be some anxiety. There are gonna be some changes in the school building, like there'll be people wearing masks. They might have to, we might have had a story about distancing as well. And the reason why that's happening, right? It explains that this is to keep everyone healthy and safe. And then at the end, there's the coping strategies. And these are likely tailored to a particular child's individualized coping strategies. So maybe that child had a really strong interest in Pokemon, and that was something that they liked to do and was comforting, and that was included here in this coping strategy, as well as talking to the teacher or squeezing a stress ball, using some kind of fidget. So this story encompasses a lot of different components, even with just a few sentences. It explains something new that's going to happen, or a change that's going to happen, exactly in detail. It explains how that child might feel in the situation, and some strategies that they can use if they feel that way, if they're having strong feelings or they're feeling worried. And then at the end, it ends really positively, right? I know I can do this because I practiced before. Again, it's all that positive language, the positive coping language. And you don't have to be a professional to write a social story. You can write a social story very easily without any training, just thinking about those components. Let me just write down exactly what I know is going to happen for this child and explain it to them in as much detail as you know. And then to provide some of those coping statements in it. What can the child do in different situations if they're feeling anxious or this happens? All of this is just a really concrete way of explaining. And we would read a story a few times, definitely before the event, and sometimes even as it's going on, just so to review with the child, okay, yeah, this is the new routine. And that helps them to understand it and to make it more predictable. Another really key strategy for increasing predictability is creating routine and using schedules to create the routines. So schedules don't have to be fancy. I put together schedules by like using Google image search and just putting a couple pictures into a Word document. They don't look nearly as pretty as this one I found on the internet. So they don't have to be fancy, but essentially a visual schedule is an indication for the child of what's going to happen in a particular day or during a particular routine that they can go back to and check. And with the visuals, it's really nice for kids who can't yet read or need that additional visual support to go along with the written language. And in this one, it's really nice because it spells out a number of different activities that are going to happen. So it goes through the morning routine, what happens when they get up, then they use the bathroom, and they eat, and they get dressed. This is a summer schedule because they're going to the beach and doing fun activities like that. But then it goes through what's going to happen in the morning, what's going to happen in the afternoon, what happens in the bedtime routine. So this is a really detailed schedule, and you don't have to make it as detailed as this or for the whole day, but sometimes you might even just have a routine or a schedule for the morning routine alone so that a child knows what's going to happen, what they need to do, and then they can go back and refer to the schedule. That's the really, really key part of a visual schedule. It's because if, you know, a parent says to a child, all right, get up, brush your teeth, put on your clothes, come downstairs, pack your backpack, then we're gonna go and catch the bus. That's like 6 or 7 complicated instructions that all have multiple parts to them. And a lot of times, many children with autism and children without, have difficulty following those multiple complex instructions. So if you have a visual like this, where there's a picture with each of those steps indicated on it, that the child or adolescent can go back and refer to and say, okay, I did that one. Yeah, I brushed my teeth, check. What's next? And they can see it. It doesn't disappear. It stays there, and they can keep going back to it. Sometimes you might use a strategy to cover up an activity that's already happened. Like you could put a check mark through it, or you could put a Post-it on top of that activity to indicate it was done. Sometimes some other kids can follow schedules without it being crossed off, but some really like that idea of this is done, I did it, and check. So you can use them both ways. On the same vein as visual schedules, visuals and visual supports when we're thinking about space and environment are also really important. So most kids at this point have had pretty significant time at home learning. Some might still be learning from home. And even into the transition next year, there still might be opportunities where that child is engaging in learning from home. Maybe there's a snow day, maybe there's a change in schedule. We don't know what might happen with COVID and potential the school needing to go remote temporarily. So it's always possible that we're going to keep this kind of home learning environment at least a little bit. So these are still relevant, I think, even moving forward into our new normal. And you can also think about it just as a home learning environment workspace for homework. So even if the child is going to school in person, they do need a space that's conducive to learning and working when they're at home as well. So we want to think about a dedicated space, preferably at a chair, preferably in a chair with a table or a chair at a desk. And it's best to avoid trying to create a work environment on a bed or a couch or other spaces that are more suited to relaxation, because it's really hard to focus. We've probably all had that experience of trying to get something done while we're laying on the couch and, you know, nodding off or, you know, getting distracted by something else. So we really want a structured setting where there's a chair and a table and a good setup if possible. And to limit distractions in the learning area. So you can see in these pictures, they're pretty clear of other stuff. Like there's not a lot of other things that might be distracting nearby on the table. It's really just the laptops on the right, and on the left-hand side, you know, essentials for homework or for work time. And that's really key. We want to minimize any distractions within the learning area and to remove any items that really aren't needed for that purpose. Especially for younger kids, you might want to use some type of visual marker for the space. So you can see on the right, even if the child doesn't have a desk or a table dedicated, even just a visual boundary marker could be helpful for showing them this is the space where they're going to be doing their homework or using for virtual school. Especially for smaller kids, they have more difficulty when they're using larger adult-sized furniture. So if you have a small kid, you probably had this experience of having them try to sit in an adult-sized chair at the table, and they're wiggling all over. They're trying to like stand up or kneel up on their knees to reach the top, and it's just not conducive because the size is mismatched. So if at all possible, try and match the space to the size of the child and the furniture that they're using to the size of the child. And it might be that a child has to or needs to sit on the floor, and that's okay. I would still try and include a visual boundary marker for that space, because a lot of times when kids have opportunity to sit on the floor, it's hard to sit up straight with, you know, crisscross applesauce. They might be lying down or rolling over or kind of wandering around. So we really want to help provide some visual markers. And you can see that like kind of placemats on the left-hand picture. That's a really easy way to mark a space where the child can sit and remain. If you think about a lot of preschool classrooms, they have carpet squares or they have a carpet that has images on it where a child knows that they're sitting on that spot. Same idea that you could recreate at home. You just want a concrete image for the child to recognize, this is my spot, this is where I'm staying during learning time. As kids get older, you might want to help with organization. Organizational skills tends to be an area that many kids with autism and adolescents and adults need some support with. And so if you can think about how to help organize the space with things that are needed for the learning activities, that's really helpful. Like having a shelf nearby with the necessary supplies and organized in a way that they can find them easily. It doesn't have to be anything super like Instagram worthy. You can use Tupperware containers to put in markers or pencils. You can just use any containers you have around the house, but try and create containers that are organized for that child so they have things nearby, and that they don't sit down to do their math homework and realize, oh, I needed to go get my ruler, I needed to go get the scissors, and then they're getting up again. They have to transition back to their table, and that's a couple of transitions that are gonna be difficult to potentially refocus. So we wanna have things nearby and organized in an easy to get way. Breaks are really important for kids in general and for everybody. We all need breaks during the day. I think we can all resonate with having experienced this for the last year, a lot of virtual work for many people, and just realizing that it's hard to stay focused. Kids are experiencing that at school too, right? When it's hard to stay focused with virtual instruction. And we all need a time just to decompress and to have a break, especially when there's a lot of demands or instructions on us. So for kids who are still learning at home primarily, this is even more important, that we need to prioritize breaks for them during the day. And we need to have them frequently, because what typically happens is that, let's say a child is engaged in virtual learning, and it seems like after a while they're losing focus, or getting up, going around the room, having difficulty coming back to the instruction. And then the parent or the teacher or the therapist might realize, okay, like it's clear that they need a break, they need some time. And then the break happens. But what we want to do is be proactive. We want to give the break before we see the behavior that might be getting in the way of the child learning or engaging in the therapy session. So we want to put them in proactively before, ideally, that we see the behavior where they're getting frustrated or inattentive. So that's the key. Be proactive and put them in the schedule early. So you can see on the left-hand side, this is kind of a shortened school schedule, but you can see that it has breaks in the schedule and indicated with images in the schedule. And that's really important because we all need to know that there are going to be some time for downtime to just like let our brain have a rest, do something calming or something we like to do. And having it be before we get to the point of difficulty or trouble or that kind of period where it's harder to rein in the behavior. You can use images like the ones I have below, or there's a break time in an image. And there are lots of different images on Google that for breaks. I've gotten most of these images from there. It's also really important to help kids advocate for what they need. And I'm saying kids, but I'm also just thinking more broadly, kids, adolescents, in terms of asking for what they need. So we want kids to be able to communicate and request if they're feeling like they need a break in an appropriate way, rather than getting up or wandering around or leaving the class or leaving the Zoom. But instead, we might encourage them to use a break card where they're handing a break card to their parent or showing it to their teacher, indicating, can I have a break? Can I just have a few minutes? And that's a really great skill, a functional communication skill to have, to teach them, okay, yes, you can have a break, we'll reward that. And then we don't get to the point where the child is having more difficulty coming back to the learning or to the classroom setting. You can use any of these cards if the child is not able to use words, and they could use their AAC device as well to ask and request for a break. So there are lots of ways to be able to communicate this. So a lot of parents, especially those who live in New York City, have asked this question, well, what do we do on a break, especially in the pandemic where we're limited in terms of what we can do? We can't go out as much. It's definitely in the past been harder to go out. And you don't need much to have a break. Ideally, there's like a space that the child can go that's separate from their other, their learning space, that's a little bit quieter, maybe a little bit more removed. It doesn't have to be a big space. It might just be a small corner with a couple of like comfy things in it, like some pillows or a little rug. You might have some fidget items that they like, or something sensory like slime or a stress ball, something with like buttons on it, something with different textures that can provide some sensory input. Some books, you might have something heavy. Sometimes even just going up and down stairs can be a helpful break to get some energy out. So you don't need anything particularly special, but just having a space that's a little bit, geared to a little bit of that like calm corner you might see in a school. So what can kids do on a break? There are lots of things, even if you don't have the option to spend a lot of time on a break or go outside or leave the home. There's still things that you can do with household items. We talked about some of the sensory options with fidgets or sensory like Play-Doh or slime or squishy ball. You can have something warm or cold if that child likes to engage with those kinds of sensations. You can do something more active, which is definitely really helpful on a break, like doing some yoga poses or putting on music and doing dance party. Or you can do some deep breathing, going up and down stairs. So there are lots of options, even without a lot of materials, and can be done in a small space in a brief amount of time. And I found these images online with the break choices, but I thought that was a really nice break menu. It's great to be able to have a visual for the child to choose what they want to do on their break so that they can indicate either through verbal means or through pointing about what choice they want to make for their break activity. And there are lots of ideas out there for great break ideas. I really like this one on the left that I found. That's kind of fun, where you can use dice to roll a number, and then you, depending on what number you roll in the column, it gives you an activity to do. So like, for example, you can do 10 jumps over a pencil that's on the floor. That's one of the options. Or you can do some arm circles, or you can do 10 jumping jacks. So this one I felt like made it a nice, like, kind of fun game. There's a little rolling part of the dice, and then there's some fun motor activities to do. And then on the right-hand side, there's some other ideas for some sensory input, some of the, like using a yoga ball to do some rolling or bouncing, fidget toys. So there's lots of creative ideas if you're getting stuck or you're not sure like what might be a good activity to do. Maybe you might want to try something, introduce something, and see how the individual likes it. The thing about breaks, especially within a day where they're at school or they have multiple classes or there's a lot happening, is that we want it to be brief. So make sure that it's time limited. It's a few minutes long, that we really make sure that the person understands how long that break's going to be before it starts, using verbal and visual cues. So this is an example of the time timer or visual timer that's really helpful to show how the passage of time is going. So the idea of minutes, especially for younger children, is very abstract. It doesn't necessarily mean a lot to them. But if you can show them with this visual that they have 3 minutes, and that red piece of the pie slowly decreases as the time runs out, they can see how much time they have left, and that makes it more concrete. So this is, the visual timer is really great. There are lots of free apps that you can get for visual timers. I would suggest that breaks are not used for activities that the child is likely to get stuck on or they're really, really engaged by. So screens and videos are probably not the best choice for break, because they're a little bit harder to disengage from because they're usually so engrossing. And maybe things that are related to that individual's like special interest might not be the greatest choice for a break, because we want it to be short and time limited. Those might be great things for rewards for other times of the day. But when we're thinking about just a couple of minutes to take a brain break from homework or from a school or from class or in a therapy session, we want to keep things as brief as possible and as smooth a transition in and out of as possible. The other thing about breaks to think about is that we want it to truly be a break. So don't ask other things of the child during the break if it's really a break for them. Limit instructions, limit demands. I think sometimes it's tempting to try and use those opportunities to encourage learning or to encourage conversation, but that's a tax as well. So we want to make sure that if it's a break, that they're really allowed to just do the thing that they're doing for the break. And if that person wants to chat or engage, and that's totally fine. But if they need time alone, just to decompress, let them be without a lot of verbal instruction or asking them to do things within that period. So in terms of routines, we've talked about using a visual schedule, creating as much consistency as possible. I really find that giving choices and options and menus can be really beneficial in supporting independence. And also, I think a lot of parents have experienced I need to get things done, I need to cook dinner, I need to do my work, but I don't have, like, I can't balance playing games at the same time, or helping my child figure out what to do. So a menu can be really helpful. And creating a visual like this that has appropriate indoor and outdoor activity menus that the child can choose from during free time can be really helpful. And you can also separate it into things that are like independent activities, so things that they can do by themselves. They can look at a book, or they can play with a particular item, they can draw. And those are all great independent activities. Then you might have a separate menu for things that they might need a parent for, or they need some supervision with, like going outside, or playing a board game with somebody else. So you want to think about what the needs are for your particular family. But I find that having those two, the independent activities and the activities with someone else on different menus, can be really helpful. And then we want to think about a range of different types of fun activities to choose from. That might include electronics, it might include non-electronic activities like toys or art or dance or Legos, music, social activities, talking to a family member, talking to a friend, playing with a sibling, and then outdoor and indoor activities as well. Here are some other strategies to support transitions between at-home activities or between activities in general. We talked about visual timers, so those are on the left-hand side, and I can't recommend them enough. Whenever there's a transition coming up, to give the verbal warning of how much time is left, and also start the visual timer and make sure the child can see it and show them how much time they have remaining. The Post-its are a low-tech version of a visual timer that you can use on the fly if you need to. Essentially, you have like, let's say you have 3 Post-its. You write a number 1 on one of them, you write a number 2 on the next one, and you write a number 3 on the next one. And it's essentially like you're making your own visual timer. So you start with the 3 Post-it on the top, and you tell the child, all right, we have 3 minutes until it's time to clean up and eat dinner. After a minute goes by, you take off the 3 so that you have the 2 below it, and then the child can see, okay, we have 2 minutes left. Same thing, after another minute, you take the 2 off so that the 1 is remaining. Child sees they have 1 minute left. So it adds a little bit of visual support, not as much as the constant visual timer, but it gives a little bit of concreteness to the idea of time. And then some kids might really resonate with just a more simple first then instruction, where there's the activity that they're doing, and then the next one coming up, and you can use images here in the first then columns to help the child understand that. So we might say first school, then iPad, so that the child can see what they're doing now and generally what is coming next, and it might be a reward for doing that, for engaging in that activity. So as we're talking about rewards are really helpful. They are on, if we think back to the beginning of where I started with how do we change behavior, rewards strengthen behaviors because remember when someone gets something positive for doing something, they're more likely to do that again. So this is a way to support positive behaviors, promote change in behavior, and promote learning of new skills. And rewards can take any kinds of form. They can be relatively small, they can be inexpensive, or they can be bigger depending on what the goal is. But it might be a special game or special time with parents, or a particular snack like getting ice cream, or getting something new like a new little Lego or a new figurine or a new Matchbox car. It might be increased time with their iPad or access to electronics for more time than they usually get. Might be a special movie night with family. And I know that rewards have been, our scope of what we've been using for rewards got significantly smaller during COVID because not all of those options were available. Like we couldn't, necessarily go out for ice cream or go out to the child's favorite restaurant or go out to the museum or even maybe go to the park. That wasn't often an option. So we were limited sometimes in the reward that we could provide. But with some creativity, you can even find rewards just within the home. And as we're able to do more things out in the community, I think our scope of potential rewards could be growing. So rewards are really helpful for promoting behaviors that we want to see more of. So if there's a new skill like, following the morning routine independently, like going from wake up to breakfast without any support, that might be something that a child is working on and would make sense to reward. So if the child does that, they get a sticker for the day, and then after a certain number of stickers, they get a bigger reward, like ice cream night or movie night. And the reward programs are going to differ for each kid. This is definitely something that I would recommend talking to a therapist about, or especially if you're working with an ABA team or school psychologist, to help set up how you might think about a reward program. But these are really helpful to build skills and to promote positive behavior. And just a couple of things before I wrap up and get to questions. Even though we've been spending more time at home, and I think we've all, have had that feeling of wanting to be able to get out more and not be so confined to home, there actually are some good benefits of increased time at home in terms of skill building. So it's a really great opportunity for focusing on helping kids, adolescents, young adults learn independent living skills and building that into the routine. So things like having kids set and clear the table, or do small chores around the house, feed the pet, start to do some cleaning, start to do their laundry, learn how to do and work the washer and dryer, how to load the dishwasher, how to wash dishes, how to start to do some simple food preparation. So all of these are obviously going to be developmental depending on kind of where that individual is developmentally. But there are so many opportunities for skills that often get a little bit overlooked. And then as that child gets older and gets into transition age, into adulthood, realize that they need a little bit more support with those skills. But this is a great opportunity to start laying that foundation for practicing some of these adaptive independent skills. And when we're teaching, we always want to think about breaking down a particular new skill into smaller parts and providing prompting with each of those parts. So rather than saying, okay, now put all the dishes from the table in the dishwasher, we might start really small, like just putting the silverware and taking the child's silverware and putting that in the basket, and that's the first step. And then we might gradually add on more, like how to do the plates or how to put a cup in, because they're all a little bit different. So we want to think about each part, breaking it down into small pieces, starting small, giving a lot of praise, maybe even a reward for doing this new skill. I think, the idea of that sticker chart could be really helpful here. And that can be a way to help reinforce and praise these new use of skills. And lastly, on praise, this is such an important strategy to use, because when we praise, we're showing and giving a lot of attention to behavior that we like and we want to see. So if somebody is doing something great, like they're focusing on their virtual school, or they're sitting at the table for homework, or they're they're sitting and playing cooperatively with their sibling. Those are all any behavior that you want to see and you like, we want to praise. And we want to praise in a specific way. So rather than saying something general like good job or nice work, or saying something way later, like, oh, I like how yesterday you sat at the table for dinner for our whole dinner. We want to do it immediately and specifically. So saying something like, nice job being safe, or I love it when you ask for help with a quiet voice, good job sitting at the table. This really helps the person understand what it was they did that was positive, right? Like if you just say good job or nice work, it's not really clear what you're praising. So we want to make sure it's specific and it's right at the time when you see it. And this is a great way of supporting positive behavior all the time. All right, so I will get to some questions. I'll just briefly present some links to resources. These are some great organizations that put out some COVID-specific resources, lots of social stories, lots of supports for families who have a child with autism and are navigating the uncertainty of COVID and the uncertainty of what's coming post-COVID. So I recommend checking these out. So we can move over to questions, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Doggett. Yes, we appreciate all the tips and resources. I know a lot of us are going to be using them right away. So now I'm going to ask you some of the questions that have come up in the chat as you've been presenting.
Sure.
So the first one that we have is, there's been a lot of screen time going on since the pandemic began. What are your thoughts on limiting screen time, and should we really be using it as a reward at this point?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think as we've all probably heard, kids are using screens a lot more than they ever were before. And I think it was also pre-pandemic often a very valuable reward for kids to get screen time, and then it started maybe to be so frequent, or parents needed time to do other things and balance their life, that screens just became more prevalent. So I don't think inherently there's anything wrong with using screen time as a reward. I think it's a big motivator for a lot of kids. I think it's more so thinking about what are the expectations and making sure that the child knows exactly what that plan is. So for a child, they might have a set amount of time that they get access to the iPad, and maybe for the reward, they're getting additional time to that. So they get part of, they get their day allocation of however much time that parent feels like is appropriate. And then if you're using it as a reward, you can use the reward to give them extra time. Because sometimes once a kid has had a lot of access to something and you're saying, okay, well now you have none, but you have to earn it. That's a pretty tough transition to make. So usually what goes a little bit more smoothly is setting a boundary on the regular amount of time that they have, and then allowing the child to earn extra time for these behaviors that you might be trying to reward or work on.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions for if there's a child who's not really interested in Zoom anymore, but that's still how they're getting classes? How do you reinvigorate that interest in that person?
Yeah, this is the top question that I've been getting throughout the pandemic. I have to say, if I had a perfect answer to this, it would be very successful. So I don't have the perfect answer. I think everyone is experiencing this in some way, shape, or form. But I do think reward here can be very helpful, especially with kids who really have difficulty kind of taking in information from a virtual class or a virtual instruction, or sitting or understanding kind of the idea of what virtual instruction is. It's very abstract, especially younger kids have more difficulty with that. So you could just start really small, like for a preschooler, for a younger kid, in what you're expecting, that maybe they're just sitting and looking for a minute, and then they get a reward, they get a brief break with something else, and then they come back. You might have to just start really small and then incrementally build up the amount of time that they're able to sit and attend to the screen. And for older kids, again, you can use reward in a similar way, but your expectations might be a bit higher, that they have their camera on, that they're participating and attending for the whole class, and they're earning stickers for doing that throughout their day, and then the stickers can be redeemed for something later on. So sometimes when we lose that inherent motivation, I'm sure we've all experienced this, we need a little bit extra external motivation, and that's where the reward can be helpful.
Great. Somebody is asking, what is ABA therapy? Can you define what that is, just a brief description of it?
Sure. So ABA therapy stands for Applied Behavioral Analysis, and it is a strongly evidence-based approach for supporting and teaching and building skills for individuals with autism across the lifespan. It's really an approach to therapy that is rooted in behavioral techniques. So if you think back to the very, very start of my slides where we were talking about that behavior is communication, and how we can change behavior by changing what happens before and what happens after behavior. Those are the principles that ABA is working with in order to help kids and adolescents and adults build new skills and promote positive behavior.
Do you have any suggestions for reinforcers or break activities for a teen or an adult? Something that maybe stickers aren't working anymore and we need something a little bit more high class.
Yeah, it may not be a popular response, but as kids get older, money becomes much more valuable. So sometimes that is really the most valuable reinforcer, like, like basically earning an allowance, right? It's the same idea that they're earning money towards something, and then they can choose what they want to spend that on, or they can save up for something that they really like. So that is always something that is possible, though different families have different thoughts on using money as a reward. You can also think about that person's particular interest. So if they have a strong interest in a particular topic, or like activity or game or whatever it is, that might be an area to capitalize on for reward and motivation as well.
So what about some kids are kind of, when they're transitioning out of the school system, they're afraid of, either getting COVID or potentially going into the college system or beginning to work. Kind of there's a general anxiety about moving into a new space. What kind of tactics or suggestions can you give to a parent who's dealing with that?
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of changes that come with, that transition, especially into early adulthood and college, if they, adolescents going to college. So yes, there's tons of transitions. I think, generally as much previewing as possible is always helpful to help that person understand like what's going to happen, what are the changes, what it's going to be like as much as possible if they are going to college, like, going to the campus, going into the buildings ahead of time if they can, like getting a lay of the land so they feel comfortable going to find the rooms that their classes are in. So any like preparation or things that you can do ahead of time to kind of do a trial run, or have that adolescent or adult get the experience and practice beforehand is always helpful. But yes, there is often a fair amount of kind of anticipation and worry about that. And I would say if there's a significant anxiety, it makes sense to be working with a therapist who can give the adolescent or the adult some strategies on how to work with some of their thinking and their worries that might be coming up. So it's kind of a multiple approach. There are definitely some behavioral strategies that work, like previewing, practicing. Definitely, I would recommend that. And then for those who might need some more individualized support around the anxiety, is to work with a mental health provider on some strategies.
Great. So we have some more questions about ABA. So are there any particular students or particular persons who would best benefit from ABA as being a part of either their education curriculum or as a therapy that they're getting outside of education?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think historically there's been an idea that ABA is really only suited for individuals who have higher support needs, and that's really not the case. ABA can be helpful for any individual, really, depending on what their goals are. It might even be a goal like learning to travel independently, or how to make purchases at a store, how to do the grocery shopping. Like, those are all goals and target skills that an ABA therapist would be a perfect person to work on with. So I think there may be an idea that ABA is only suitable for particular kinds of individuals, or individuals with particular profiles or high needs, and it's really not the case. The ABA therapy is really just a method of teaching and promoting behavior, and it can be applied to any behavior. So I think it could potentially have benefits very widely.
And then lastly, we have our last question, which is ABA useful for children with PDA, or pathological demand avoidance?
Yeah. So again, ABA therapy also can help with some challenging behavior when that does occur. So some of the non-compliance that we might see in a profile of a child like that. Often an ABA therapist or ABA team is helping to set up some positive behavior support programs, and potentially a reward program, and some parent training for how to respond when a child is engaging in some challenging behavior. So absolutely, it would make sense to have a behavioral therapist who's working with the child and with the family on a behavioral support program.
And one last question for me, because I see this come up a lot in work that I do. How do you have any suggestions for parents who are dealing with other family members not quite getting on board with the behavior tactics that they're trying to engage with?
Yeah, that can be a challenge because the consistency is really important. And when we're working from we're working with behavioral principles, we want to make sure that they're responded to and rewarded consistently across settings and across people. Otherwise, the message gets confused. So it can be hard, especially that is something that happens very frequently. But it might be that the team that you're working with or the therapist that you're working with could potentially have give some strategies to that person, like maybe if they're with a grandparent, part of the time for child care, that maybe the grandparent can join into part of a session to hear and work with the ABA therapist even just briefly. So it might be that that person, or if there's another caregiver, can be integrated somehow into the ABA therapy to help them learn a little bit about some of the strategies and how to implement them.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Doggett, for giving us all that information. And so I'm going to invite in our next presenter, Dr. Michelle Gorenstein. Dr. Michelle Gorenstein is a clinical psychologist and director of community outreach for the Seaver Autism Center for Research and Treatment. She receives funding from the YAI Federation of New York to help disseminate more effective social skills programs for children and adolescents and adults to community centers across the tri-state area. Dr. Gorenstein also helped create the Discovery Squad program at the American Museum of Natural History. We all know that targeting social skills during social distancing is challenging, and we are thrilled to have Dr. Gorenstein here to share her strategies with us today. Welcome, Dr. Gorenstein.
Great, thank you so much for having me. Let me just, my screen is shared. So I am very excited to talk to everybody today about targeting social skills. So I am a clinical psychologist at the Seaver Autism Center. And for the past 11 years now, I've had the privilege of working with UGA Federation of New York to develop more effective social skills programming for children, teens, and adults on the autism spectrum, really across the tri-state area. And obviously when the pandemic hit last year, we had, oh, okay. It's still showing that I'm sharing it. Is that better? Okay, I'm not, okay. So when the pandemic hit, we had to get creative because obviously a lot of the community centers that we were partnering with were not able to offer in-person social skills. So I would say by end of March last year, we started to transition our social skills programming online. And I think we realized that surprisingly, they were really effective. So today I'm happy to talk to you about kind of strategies that you can be using at home to support individuals' social skills and kind of really thinking across the lifespan. So I know from the speakers today, people have kind of covered this a lot, but obviously autism spectrum, kind of the core feature of autism spectrum is kind of difficulties in social communication. And we see these really early on. And there was a study that was done in the early 90s looking at individuals with autism spectrum disorders, individuals with intellectual disabilities, and kind of what we define as a neurotypical individual. And we could actually see starting at age 1, looking at home videos, individuals that were on the spectrum kind of paid less attention to individuals' faces on the videos, even compared to kind of their peers who had intellectual disabilities. So what we see kind of is kind of this being kind of at the core of an autism spectrum diagnosis. And we also know that impaired social functioning can be persistent across the lifespan, and poor social skills in children kind of places them more at risk for peer rejection, mental health issues like anxiety or depression. And good social skills in childhood predict social skills in adulthood, and can predict employment, independent living skills, and kind of more. So we know that social skills deficits are a feature of autism spectrum disorders, but we also know that like social competence is really important throughout the lifespan, and kind of important for an individual's well-being. So when we are teaching social skills, whether we are in person or doing it remotely, or a parent working at home with their child, or a spouse working with their partner on a social skills, it's really important that we focus one skill at a time. So we don't want to kind of say they have an individual has 20 different things to be working on and kind of let's work on them all together, because that's going to be feeling really overwhelming for us, as well as overwhelming for our child or the individual that we're working with. So that is one thing, and something that I often, when I'm working with parents, kind of help remind parents that we're going to focus on one thing at a time, so that our children and our individuals that we're working with feel that they have success, and we're also not feeling really overwhelmed. We also want to think about what is developmentally appropriate for my child right now, and what are the skills that they are needing right now to either make friends in their school setting, to go to their day program and be on the bus, to work independently. So there's not like a one size fits all of you have to do this before you do this to graduate to this. We're really going to be focusing on what is needed to kind of improve their social skills at the moment. So I will start by saying, before the pandemic, I was working a lot with 5 and 6 year olds on taking turns playing board games, and having who goes first. Obviously, right now in school settings, kids are not playing board games because they're shared pieces. So we're kind of adapting to the times, because I don't want to teach a child a skill that's not going to be relevant to the current situation. We also want to teach the deficit. So what we know for individuals on the spectrum, it's not that they are not motivated to learn social skills or can't learn social skills, but that they're going to learn social skills a little differently. So I may have gone to the playground when I was younger, approached a child, maybe gotten too close to them, they backed away or they looked uncomfortable. And I learned that I shouldn't do that next time. I kind of learned implicitly. Nobody had to teach me. I kind of had maybe a negative experience and use that experience to inform future experiences. A lot of times individuals in the spectrum don't learn implicitly, like I may have. They may need more explicit teaching, making abstract concepts more concrete. So we really want to teach the deficit, and we want to think about what skills the child is struggling with, as well as what skills is the child mastering and may not need to be taught. So as you see, there were just, some visuals there, kind of the idea of teaching a child, asking a friend to play with you, having a conversation. All of these things take a lot of skills. And we really want to think about what is the individual struggling with and how can we teach them that skill. When we're teaching the skill, we want to use a lot of visual supports and concrete steps. And again, these are going to really vary depending on the age of the individual. So for some teens or adults that I'm working with on like dating or employment, we're going to use a lot more visual schedules or having them write down things. When I'm working with younger children or individuals who are not readers, it might be more pictures. So again, it's the same support, but appropriate for the individual's kind of cognitive and developmental level. So we're going to also think a lot of social skills are pretty abstract. So when we think of perspective taking, well, what does that actually mean to take somebody's perspective? It means to understand what they're feeling. Well, how do we tell what somebody's feeling? We have to look at their face. Okay, so it's teaching them what different facial expressions might mean, what different voices might mean, what different body language might look like. So kind of being that specific and really breaking things down into very concrete steps. And the supports that we use are little prompt cards if needed. So creating little cards that an individual might carry around with them to kind of help them walk through what the expected behaviors are. Or it could be a prompt card to, if a child is having a hard time, to kind of give them some clues. So a lot in my groups for kids that go off topic, we have a little picture of a road going off, a car going off the road. And rather than saying, you know, you're going off topic or kind of let's stick to this topic, I might just start by handing them that card as a visual reminder of up, stop, think, let me talk about what my friends are talking about. Social stories were developed by Carol Gray. And these are narratives that kind of help explain what is going to be expected of a child to help prepare them and kind of give them a sense of what the expectations are for that certain situation. And the other one that I use often with teens and adults is comic strip conversations, where you really write out kind of little picture by little picture what is going to be happening, what people are feeling, what people are thinking. Comic strip conversations are also really helpful if something didn't go as planned, and kind of dissecting, okay, what did you say here? What were they feeling? What were they thinking? What could have we said differently? I will say the challenge and why I love teaching social skills is they are unpredictable. So I try to avoid giving individuals scripts, because a script implies that we have control over the other person's reaction. So we want to give individuals guidelines and support and structure, but we don't want to give them a false sense of, okay, I'm going to go ask this boy to play at the playground. He's going to say yes, and then we're going to go play on the swings together. Because I might go up to the boy and say, do you want to play? And do everything as supposed to with a smile and kind of not invading somebody's personal space, and the person can still say no. So it's also really important that we prepare the individuals that we're working with, that we can control our own behaviors and what we say, but we can't always control how other people respond. So that's why I try to avoid kind of verbatim scripts, because we don't want an individual being in a situation where they don't know then how to respond when somebody hasn't responded the way we practice. So once we kind of work on a specific skill, we might bait the skill. So if we're working with a client in the office, or we're working with our kids at home, let's say we're working on dealing with losing or being a good sport, we might play a game and we might intentionally win to try to help kind of support our child in using the skills, not getting too upset. Kind of setting up situations for our children to practice the skill before they're doing it in kind of a less controlled environment. So these are just some examples of the visual strategies and the prompt cards. For example, this is going to be for different levels of chronological or developmental ages, something as simple as taking turns. So it might be this visual, or for a lot of younger children that I'm working with, it might not even be creating a visual. It might be using our hand of stop, wait, my turn, stop, wait, your turn. And as the family is playing the games, we would have children kind of doing that, and the parents would be doing it too, to help support this idea of turn taking, and we're waiting our turn. We might establish rules for board games. And a lot of these you can just find online if you do a quick Google search. For individuals who have a hard time with volume control, teaching them like a number system of like a 1 is no talking at all, 2 is a whisper, 3 is an inside voice, 4 is an outside voice, 5 is screaming emergency only. The important thing is that when you are using these visuals, that you're kind of helping with generalization and working with either schools or day programs or employers to help keep the visuals consistent. I've been to schools where every class has a different kind of number system for volume, and that can get very confusing. And the idea with for the volume is then you would be able to say, okay, you know, we're going into the library, we need to be at a volume 2, or we're going at the playground, here you can be at a volume 4. So it's breaking down something kind of abstract into something fairly concrete. One of my favorites, and I will say this was definitely borrowed from a Google search, is rules for distance learning. So all of us had to learn new social norms for this Zoom world. Even today, kind of getting ready for today's conference for me looked a little different than getting ready if we were meeting in person. The idea of teaching individuals, even though you might be tuning in from your home, if we're kind of on a work call or school call, we still need to be on time. We still need to be dressed appropriately for whatever situation we're going to be in. We still should be sitting in one place, even though we might be at home and we might be able to wander around a little bit more. So kind of using visuals to kind of support individuals and kind of prepare them for what is expected and kind of give them guidelines. And this is a really effective strategy that I use for children, teens, and adults that I'm working with. Some other visual strategies. This would be like a social story for playing. Sometimes I like to play with other kids. I can ask them, do you want to play with me? If they say yes, I can play with them. I will have fun. If they say no, it's okay. I can ask someone else or play by myself. So again, the idea is that we didn't give kids a total script of what they need to say. We gave them kind of guidelines and options and prepared them. This is Carol Gray's on the screen at the bottom middle. You'll see kind of a cover of a book. That is Carol Gray's social story book, where you can find lots of pre-written social stories. I will say you don't need to purchase the book. You can also Google social stories. Carol Gray did put a lot of her social stories related to COVID-19 available on her website at no cost. If your children or adult children are having difficulties wearing a mask, social distancing, with returning kind of to reopening, there are lots of fabulous resources available through Autism Speaks, through the Autism Society, and they're all available for free. This would be an example. To the right, there's 2 boxes. One says insert person 1. The next box says insert person 2. And you will see some thinking bubbles and some speech bubbles. And the idea from this is you could either write it out or you could draw it. I have a lot of kids that are extremely artistic. So they enjoy writing out kind of comic strips. And the idea is that you would write out a social situation. And this is really good for, I would say, older children, teens, adults, because it also starts getting them to think about other people's perspectives and why sometimes social skills are important. So when I'm teaching social skills, it's not just we do this because this is how we do it. It's we look in people's direction when they're talking because that shows them that we're listening and that makes them feel heard. It makes them feel good. But we want to teach that social cognition piece, which is why are we doing this, right? So we stay on topic because when we go off topic, it makes other people feel confused. They don't understand why we started talking about Thomas the train when my teacher asked what I did over the weekend. So kind of giving that piece is really important. And that's something really nice that the comic strip conversations does for us. So now I'm going to kind of just go through a bunch of different social skills and kind of some activities or ways to practice that are fun and engaging and can be definitely incorporated during kind of downtime in the house. So one of my kids' favorite games is the clapping game. So this is a game that gets individuals to listen. It is really fun. It can be done during kind of downtime, car rides. And the idea is that you say a target word. And when you say that word, the kids or individuals have to clap. And you can make it easy or you can make it hard. So you make it harder by speeding up the frequency of your speech. So if you're saying things very quickly, it becomes harder. It also becomes harder if you say words that sound similar or that are related to the word. So example would be if I was playing the clapping game right now and the word was sun, I might S-U-N, I might say rain, sunny. Those would be hard. If I was doing it simpler, I could say weather, rain, cloud, sun. And the idea is that the child would be clapping when they hear the target word. Kids really enjoy this. We then change the target words. They can pick the target words. It often becomes related to kind of an interest of theirs, but it is a really fun game where kids are practicing listening. Playing games like bingo and zingo are really great ways to practice listening. And there are lots of modifications that you can make. So if you want a child to be looking at you when you're speaking, you might, and you're playing the game Zingo, which is like bingo with like these little yellow cards, you might put the Zingo piece right on your forehead and you're not speaking, but you're holding up the card for them to have to look towards you to see what the card says. Simon Says is obviously a game that we're all familiar with, but another way you can get practicing listening. The telephone game. So obviously right now during COVID, this would be hard to do with people outside of your family or pod. But if you do have family members who are able to kind of interact, probably without wearing a mask. For those that don't remember or don't know, the telephone game, you sit in a circle, you would whisper a word, or for older children, teens, it might be a longer sentence. And you whisper the word or sentence, the person next to you, they have to whisper it to the person next to them. And the goal is to get all the way around the circle without any mistakes. Also, board games such as Guess Who and Battleship are great ways to practice listening skills. So when I am running a group, whether it's in person or virtual, I will think about what goes into listening. I'll use some visuals to support that. So we might talk about what it looks like if we're doing whole body listening. I get out a Mr. Potato Head and we will talk about all the different parts of a body that we listen with, because we listen with our eyes by looking towards somebody so they know we're listening. We listen with our ears by hearing. We listen with our mouth by keeping it quiet and making on-topic comments. We listen with our brain by thinking. We listen with our hands by having calm, quiet hands. We listen with our feet by facing the person. So before I practice a listening game, we would kind of go over this, and I might have kids show me what whole body listening looks like, and we might play games around that. And then we might play a game such as one of the activities that we just went through to practice the skill in a really fun way. Because we don't want this to feel like school or kind of something where they're being graded. We want this to be fun and kind of a positive experience. So another big thing that we talk about for kids, teens, and adults is nonverbal communication. So individuals on the spectrum might have a hard time reading other nonverbal cues from other people. And sometimes their nonverbal cues might not necessarily match what they intend to kind of mean. So again, we teach what nonverbal cues means. So nonverbal cues is talking without words. It's the idea that we can use our facial expression and our hands and our body to communicate. So we will kind of break that down, and we might play games where we're looking in the mirror or even over Zoom and making faces and having people guess what emotion we're trying to show. Nonverbal communication can also be our tone of voice. So I work a lot with my teens and young adults or individuals who are thinking about employment about kind of how tone of voice can kind of be in nonverbal communication. So if I say great job, that means great job. But if someone says, oh, great job, that actually does not mean great job. And if we respond by saying like, oh, thank you so much, that would be a mismatch. And we would be putting ourselves in a situation where others could be confused. So kind of focusing on reading others' nonverbal cues, as well as kind of being aware of our own nonverbal communication. So games like charades. So I play this with kids, teens, adults. We just change what things we're acting out. So for kids, when I'm working with 4-year-olds, we might be acting out animals. And when I'm working with adults, we might be acting out kind of cooking or playing sports or painting, more complex actions. Another game that I love is Simon Does. So this is the opposite of Simon Says. So this entire game focuses on having individuals watch your nonverbal cues. So rather than doing what you say, you're encouraging people to do what you're doing. So Simon says, put your hands on your stomach. But we would want the individual playing to put their hands on their head because that's what I just did. So this is a game about not listening to what you say, but watching what you're doing. For younger children, I would say when I'm working with 3 and 4-year-olds, finger play is a great way to get kids to kind of understand that how we gesture or use our hands can coincide to the words that we're using. So some basic ones of the wheels on the bus. And again, for some kids, they might learn this implicitly. They watch kids doing it and then they learn it. For some kids, this needs to be taught more explicitly. So we might use visual prompts that like, this is what we do for wheels. And we might do hand over hand support and modeling behavior to get kids to do that. But finger play is a great way to start getting kids to gesture or understanding gestures. So songs like The Wheels on the Bus, The Itsy Bitsy Spider, songs like Open Shut Them doesn't have that many kind of complex motor skills. Where is Stumpkin? So these are really fun ways to get kids to gesture and can be incorporated in routines throughout the day. Another one of the Seaver Center's favorites is Follow My Eyes to the Prize. So this was taken from RDI. And the idea is you would hide an object, whether it's like a reinforcer, like a Hershey Kiss or a favorite dinosaur, and you want the child to find the object just looking at your eye gaze. So you would look at the child, they would look where you're looking, and then you would kind of give them clues, either thumbs up or thumbs down, or you could say yes or no if they start going in the direction. And kids get very good at this and they find it fun, and it's not kind of constantly saying, look towards me, look towards me. It's a fun way to kind of get them to see that kind of where we look sometimes impacts what we're thinking about or kind of the importance of eye gaze. So obviously when we start to think about older kids, teens, adults, we start focusing more on conversation skills. And conversations are very, very complex. I work with a young adult now who's like, I just wish there was a book that said everything I need to know about having a conversation. And unfortunately, there's not, because the conversation skills we use at work are going to be different than the conversation skills we use with family members. And that might be different than a conversation skill that we use on a first date or a job interview. So it's hard to kind of think about every scenario. But thinking about different skills. So some of them are initiating a conversation. How do we think of what to say? How do we know when to jump in? When is a good time to start a conversation? How do we stay on topic? How do we ask questions? How do we make comments? How do we end a conversation when we're feeling really bored or when we've run out of things to say? Why can't I talk about religion in the workplace or kind of politics with somebody I'm going on a first date with? Talking about sensitive topics. So there are so many skills that go into conversations that it's really helpful to break down each one, build mastery, and also talk about some of the nuances. So when we're working on this, we often kind of target a specific skill. We go over it, we have discussions about it, we role play. We might, for especially things like a first date or an interview, we might actually videotape ourselves and the individual practicing, and we might review it and kind of talk about what went really well or where maybe we could improve. We might have an individual call or FaceTime a relative or a friend to practice. And then the important thing is doing like a social autopsy. So after the event, thinking about, okay, what was successful? What do I want to do differently next time? Is there something else I could have said that would have gone different? So that's a really important piece when we're talking about conversation skills. And then there are things at home or kind of in programs that you can be doing that kind of practice conversation skills in a fun way. There is a conversation ball that can be purchased on Amazon where you throw and catch it, and where your thumb lands, that's what you have to say. I've also taken a beach ball and done this myself, writing different conversation topics all over the ball. There are conversation dice. Let me get it out. Here is a conversation dice. It's kind of similar where each side says a different topic. I've made them as well out of tissue boxes and putting paper on each side and writing a different topic. And that becomes like a homemade conversation dice. Popular one with teenagers is conversation Jenga. This one does take some time to set up. So on the Jenga piece, each piece you would write a different kind of conversation starter or a topic. And when you pull out the Jenga piece, you have to say something about that topic. So these are just some fun ways to get people talking about maybe topics outside of their interest or kind of thinking about new topics to talk about. The last kind of social skill that I'm going to talk about today is theory of mind. So theory of mind is kind of the idea of perspective taking. And a lot of individuals on the spectrum have a hard time understanding what other people are feeling or thinking. And for a while, there was this idea that individuals on the spectrum weren't empathic or kind of warm. But what we realize, though, is that individuals are very empathic, but they might not always understand how somebody is feeling. So a lot of what I work on with teens and young adults is helping them learn the tools to be able to identify how people are feeling and guess what people are thinking. So this is not a skill that we would work on with really young kids because really young kids don't have developed theory of mind. And all of you who've ever spoken to a toddler or kindergartner on the phone might be aware of this. So for a kindergartner or a young child on the phone or somebody without perspective taking or theory of mind skills, they might talk to you about what is in front of them without describing it, because in their mind, you're on the phone with them and you see exactly what they see. They don't understand that you're someplace else and you're not experiencing the same thing that they are. So we teach theory of mind, and we do that. We can start at a young age, just developing that skill, not expecting children to do it when we read a story and having a child guess what the character is feeling, or saying, you know, what would you be feeling if you were this character in the book and your ice cream just melted? What would you be thinking? For adults, we watch, or especially my teens, we watch a lot of popular TV shows. One of our favorites is The Big Bang Theory. And we will pause in the middle of an episode and talk about, what is this person feeling? What are they thinking? Why are they feeling this way? If you ran into them, what could you say or do based on how they were feeling and thinking? So kind of using books and TV shows are a really great strategy to get people understanding that other people have different feelings than us and different thoughts than us. So the next part of my talk, I'm going to talk about ways to stay social during the pandemic. So I know some kids have returned to school, some adults have returned to programs, some adults have returned to employment, but all of us are probably a little less social than we were before the pandemic. So we want to be creative in terms of how we stay social. So scheduling calls with family and friends is really, really important. If we are able to start seeing people, then kind of being able to schedule outdoor hangouts with our friends can be really important. if we're, for whatever reason, not feeling comfortable with leaving our house, there are lots of fun ways that we can engage with friends, family members over Zoom. There is a free bingo website where you can actually create a bingo game and you can send out individual cards. I want to say to up to 30 people for free. And you can play a game of bingo and have a conversation over Zoom while you're playing that. Using the whiteboard feature of Zoom, you could play a game of Hangman, Pictionary, Tic-Tac-Toe. There is a free categories game offered on the website. And there are lots of trivia games. There's a website called Kahoot that I know a lot of schools use to create fun trivia games related to schools. But there are also lots of fun kind of sports trivia or Disney trivia. I did a trivia for somebody's birthday in one of my groups, and we had to guess whether cakes were real or fake. So there are lots of fun ways that we can use technology to connect us to our friends and family. Another fun activity, if you're not able to see friends and family right now, to schedule a Zoom movie night or a Netflix party. So you can kind of stream a movie and kind of watch it together and have everyone make popcorn and kind of sit and pause it and talk about it just like if we were in person. One of my favorites is a Zoom scavenger hunt. So this can be really fun for all ages, and you can kind of make it, modify it based on the individual's age. But for young kids, it might be find something red and then come back to the screen, find something orange and everybody's finding something. For an adult's birthday, we kind of had people find things in their house related to their adult's interests. So the adult whose birthday it was a big sports fan. So one of the items was like find sports memorabilia in your house or something sports related. So again, it's just a fun way to engage everybody and to have a social experience while staying kind of social distance. It's also important that we stay busy right now. So there are lots of amazing resources out there. And I would say one of the silver linings of COVID is that more and more places around the world have put materials online. So what we're seeing is individuals who have very specific restricted interests are now able to go to a museum or connect with other people who have that shared interest. So there are lots of virtual field trips available, arts and culture through Google. You can go to space through NASA. You can go to the Louvre. You can go to the San Diego Zoo. There's an aquarium, the Monterey Bay Aquarium in California. That's one of my favorites. And you can organize these things with somebody else too. And you can share a screen or you can just go there together and be on the phone with them. But it is a fun way to kind of share experiences with somebody, again, while social distancing. There are also a lot of resources available related to hobbies and maybe connecting with somebody who has a similar hobby. So there are drawing videos to watch together. There are lots of cooking materials available. Daniel's Music has a music program on demand. There are wonderful exercise classes that you could be taking either with friends that were pre-recorded, or there are lots of live Zoom exercise classes or cooking classes. So there are lots of ways to stay connected and kind of work on social skills, even when we are at home. And the last thing that I'm going to mention is the idea that we are all going to, whether we're on the spectrum or not, adapt to kind of social skills in our new norm. So when people are wearing a mask, it is much harder to read individuals' nonverbal cues. So teaching individuals that if you're really not sure, maybe you have to ask like, oh, I'm just wondering, how are you feeling about that? If we can't read somebody's facial expression. And being aware of the fact that we are covering half of our face when we're wearing a mask, and people are losing that kind of information. we're going to need to think about new ways that we greet each other. So when I'm working with adults on going on a job interview or having a first date, well, it's not really expected at this point to probably shake somebody's hand if we're just meeting them for the first time. So maybe we are going to be teaching people to do an elbow or just a wave. So thinking about some of the new rules and kind of how we can support individuals to kind of adapt to these new norms. And the last one is personal space. So when I used to teach personal space, it was kind of, we should be about an arm's length away from somebody. Well, now that personal space kind of really varies depending on where we are. So if we are meeting somebody new, or we're not sure if somebody's been vaccinated, or we're going to be indoors, we're going to probably teach people to be 6 feet apart. Well, 6 feet is a pretty abstract concept. What does 6 feet mean? Well, the top to the bottom of a door is about 6 feet. So if we can imagine putting the door down, that's about how far we should be standing from somebody that we don't know. And this is where social skills become so confusing, because we don't need to always stand 6 feet apart with people at our home, or if we've been vaccinated with a coworker who's been vaccinated. So this is where kind of making those abstract concepts become more concrete is going to be really helpful. So it might be having visuals of where we have to wear a mask and where we don't have to wear a mask. Well, we don't have to wear a mask when we're sitting in our cubicle in our office, but we do have to wear a mask when we're going into the bathroom, which is a shared space. So it might be as something as having a little visual near the doorway of mask and no mask. So kind of thinking about social skills and thinking about the current situation, as well as cultural factors that impact social skills, is really critical. And I think we've always been aware of that. And especially right now with COVID-19, we are definitely aware of that. And we are seeing that kind of impact all of us right now. So on that note, I do want to leave you with some resources. So the Seaver Autism Center has put a lot of resources available on our website related to COVID-19 and social skills. PBS Kids, for those of you that are tuning in who have young children, has amazing resources through Sesame Street, Daniel Tiger, that work on social skills and relevant topics. There is an amazing website called Do to Learn that has a lot of free visuals that can be used to help support social skills. And Everyday Speech on YouTube has a lot of great videos to also work on social skills. What I've been using more and more, especially as I'm doing more groups remotely, is especially working with young kids, finding books that relate to topics that we're talking about. It tends to make it more engaging. Julia Cook has tons of books available. If you go on YouTube, she has recorded most of her books for free. She has books on blurting and stopping before we think and personal space. And then there's another series of books that I really like called Our Emotions and Behavior series. I Don't Want to Wait, Why Should I Don't Want to Be Nice. But again, so the idea is that we would teach explicitly, we would practice, and then we would use books and kind of things like that to support the skill and kind of reinforce it. So that is the end for my talk. Thank you for all that tuned in and for listening. And I am happy now to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gorenstein. You gave us a lot of new strategies to try out and a lot of new creative ways to stay social. So now I'm going to ask you some of the questions that have come up in our chat. So first off, we've been hearing that, there's a lot of people with autism who have found virtual programming really beneficial throughout, and finding it like sometimes a little bit nicer than being in person. What are your thoughts on when things kind of do open up and we can go back to whatever version of normal we go back to? What are your thoughts on, some of those programs still saying hybrid or still having that as an option?
Yeah, I think that is a great point. And I think that is a silver lining of COVID, is that when you think about what individuals who are self-advocates have been advocating for all these years, were kind of flexibility in work. and more accessible programming. And I think the virtual platform has created more access points for some individuals who coming into an office or traveling far was a challenge. So I think it will be really critical that when things reopen, and I think obviously there are lots of individuals who do want to return in person, and there are definitely things that we can be doing in person that we can't do virtually. But I think it will be important that when we are able to safely return to in-person programming, whether that's social, recreational, or kind of cultural programming, that we do keep the option of virtual programming. I think obviously I'm in the tri-state area where there's lots of resources available, but I think what we're seeing, and I'm assuming even from today's conference, is that individuals are able to access materials, presentations, services, programs from other states or states that might not have as many options. So I think I would hope in the future that things kind of have the hybrid model where those that benefit from being in person are able to, but those that for whatever reason, whether geographically or just are not able to be in person, can still kind of stay social while social distancing.
Great. So we have a question. How can you kind of handle task-related frustration that's resulting in a disruptive behavior like talking at a 5 or yelling?
Yeah, so I mean, I think this would kind of, I think this is where social skills and behavior management, sometimes there is a significant overlap. And we want to recognize that sometimes anxiety, depression, frustration can get in the way of social skills. And that's where kind of emotion regulation strategies is also really critical when we're teaching social skills. And I didn't cover that so much today's talk because I know other presenters kind of touched upon that, but they are very interrelated. And in all of my social skills groups, we are learning ways to regulate, because if we are not regulated, and that's true for all of us, we're not going to be able to utilize the skills that we do have.
So going back to things being on Zoom right now, do you think that parents should be using the Zoom ground rules even when their children are having a meeting with like family members and friends? Should they still be using those same skills from maybe what's being used in the school and in those non-school activities?
Yeah, so I think for this, it would really vary based on the individual. So if there's an individual that has a really hard time with this, I would say that that would probably be a helpful strategy. So that way they just learn, okay, this is what's expected from me on Zoom, and there's not different rules for different situations. Just because we do know that for a lot of individuals, generalization is challenging. So being able to say, okay, when I go onto this Zoom at school, I am expected to do this, but when I go onto this Zoom for my recreational program, I can do this. And when I do a Zoom with my family, I can do something totally different. So again, if Zoom etiquette, we'll call it, is a challenge for your child, having like a set of consistent expectations and supports would be beneficial. But if this is not something that your child struggles with, and they're able to kind of understand the difference between, okay, I'm on a school Zoom versus I'm like hanging out with my family, then I don't see there being an issue unless it is an issue.
Okay, so we have another question. So do you have any tips for persons who are anticipating or may experience some social anxiety when we return to these new world situations?
Yes, so that is something I am talking to regularly about with parents for children, with my teens, with my young adults, and even my older adult clients. So I think using social stories is going to be really helpful, preparing individuals for kind of what that might look like. And again, it's a constant changing thing, right? The CDC came out with new regulations yesterday that are going to change what things might look like. But kind of giving individuals a chance to understand what the expectations are going to be. I would also encourage individuals to kind of start thinking about reopening and what that looks like. If a child or an individual has been home for the past 14 months and things are going to be the plan is for them to go to camp this summer or do something for the summer, maybe starting to think about like going to the store for like 10 minutes or getting a cup of coffee or taking a walk, because it is going to be a really big jump to go from never have left your house to then spending an entire day outside of your house. So I think it's really important that we start thinking about that and start helping prepare all of us for kind of this new world, but also recognizing that it is anxiety provoking and kind of giving individuals supports and normalizing that we're not expecting this to be an easy transition, but giving individuals tools to use to help them.
Yeah, it's almost like we need to kind of re-expose ourselves slowly to the outside. It's that slow exposure that we kind of need to start thinking about now.
Exactly. So all the same things and strategies that you probably used back in March when we went from kind of pre-COVID to kind of lockdown, we're going to probably have to use very similar strategies as we go from lockdown to kind of this new world. Yeah. And something that I'm working on with a lot of camps right now is thinking about for camp, having different, for campers that have maybe been going to the camp for 5 summers, it's going to be different about camp this summer. And then for new campers, well, what is camp going to look like this summer? What can I expect? So I think having those conversations is really important. And again, we can't come out with a universal guideline because every state and every program is going to kind of have different guidelines. If you are concerned or if you are anxious about this, I would start recommending talking to programs or places of work and finding out what the environment is going to look like. What are the expectations? So we can kind of be prepared.
Yeah. Great. So we have another question. So do you have any suggestions for parents who are dealing with disruptive stimming behaviors to help them? You know, a lot of times I see sometimes parents might, you know, get really upset at hand flapping or somebody making noises, but obviously they're using it to help self-regulate. Are there any suggestions that you have to kind of shape those more disruptive behaviors into something that's a bit more socially acceptable?
Yeah, and I like how you reframe that to shift, because we always want to think about the function of the behavior, not just say, okay, this is bothering us, so we want our child to stop hand flapping. Because if they're hand flapping as a way to get like that sensory input to kind of stay calm, that is an important function, and we can't just stop doing that. So I think we want to shift if possible, but we also want to work with an OT to see if there are other ways to get, if it is sensory seeking or sensory aversion, to get that input. Like for example, I had worked with a child who kind of would do this and kind of would peer at his finger. And what we were able to do is put something on the child's desk that the child could kind of look at more discreetly. The child was getting the input that they wanted, but was doing it in kind of a more socially acceptable way. And again, the child was verbal and we were able to kind of talk about it with the child. So it was a little different, but again, we want to think about what is the function of the stimming behavior, because not all stimming behavior serves the same function. And thinking about, is there a more socially expected way that they can get that similar input?
Yeah, I think that's super, you know, it's super important, because I've worked with a lot of parents who are getting frustrated at, you know, like they're doing this thing, and it's like, well, it's probably because they're anxious, or, you know, they need to get some sort of sensory input. So it's like, how do you give them that, but not in such a obtrusive or disruptive way? You know, how do we get this happening in a smaller way, maybe?
And this is where I know the earlier speakers in terms of like the neurodiversity movement come into play, because if even an individual needs to rock because that's how they stay calm and they're able to engage appropriately, then we kind of have to ask, like, rocking really something that we need to be addressing, or as we as like a society need to say, you know, that's what this person needs right now to be able to access the curriculum or engage. So I think it's also having conversations with parents sometimes about their own thoughts and feelings, behavior, because a lot of times they're not so disruptive, and especially if we can modify their environment to be more accepting of with the stimming.
It's not just modifying the person, it's modifying ourselves and what we're expecting of them.
Correct, absolutely.
On that whole frame of stimming, you know, like I know there's a lot of different sensory devices out there. I know Carrie, one of the earlier speakers, talked about he used a sensory brush. Do you have any tips or tricks for parents who are maybe like, I think that there might be a sensory tool out there, but how do I figure out which one my kid needs without going out and buying every single sensory tool in the world and trying them all myself?
Absolutely. So I will say this is where OTs are amazing. So if your child does have an OT at school, talking to them, there are lots of things around the house or things that you can make where you don't need to buy like a special therapy thing. Obviously, there are certain therapy items like the brush that you would want to use. But things like a stress ball I have right here, or putty. There are little like teethers for kids that are biting their shirt or kind of do self-injurious biting behaviors to get that input. Things like noise canceling, like little foam earphones can be helpful for kids that have noise sensitivity. Water timers, like those simple water timers that have the bubbles dropping down, can be very engaging for a child who kind of likes that visual input. Playgrounds, going on a swing, going on anything that moves very fast for kids that kind of need that input. So I think you can get creative before you go out and spend thousands or hundreds of dollars. But again, I would address that with an OT, because even things like weighted blankets or a weighted vest are very specific based on kind of the individual child, the child's weight, how much weight is beneficial for them. So those aren't things that we should be playing around with. Those are things that we'd want to get like a professional's opinion.
Great, great. And lastly, you had talked about Zoom scavenger hunts. You had mentioned some different ones. Have you personally been in a Zoom scavenger hunt at this point? And what was it like for you?
Yeah, so I have participated in a Zoom scavenger hunt, and I have I've like hosted a Zoom scavenger hunt. So I will say they are very fun. They are a way for everybody to get up and moving and kind of not feel like they have to be sitting in a screen. So at the end of all of my social skills groups, we always do a party just to kind of celebrate and have fun together. Obviously, with COVID-19, we've gotten creative. So it might be a Zoom scavenger hunt, or in my Tuesday group, I think we're doing, now I'm one of those rooms that you have to, like a breakout room where you have to like kind of to get out over Zoom. Over the weekend, the Seaver Center hosted a Family Appreciation Day that we did in partnership with the Long Island Children's Museum for our families. And we mailed home kits. And as a group, we made oblique and we made messy mud using soap shavings and toilet paper. So I think the takeaway of today's talk is that we can be kind of social. We can feel connected. We just need to be a little creative and think out of the box.
Well, thank you so much, Michelle, for sharing all these great tips and tricks with us. So we are going to move on to our final presenter, who is Kathleen Booker. So Kathleen Booker is the Jedi of Calm. She is passionate about conscientious connected breathwork therapy and knows firsthand the energy, healing, peace, and joy it creates in one's life. As a certified and insured breathwork coach, she has worked with many masters in the field of conscious connected breathwork therapy. We welcome Kathleen as she closes our conference, sharing with us how to breathe and show up when we feel empty. Take it away, Kathleen, the Jedi of Calm.
Hello, everyone. And I know at this point, your brains are like, whoa, you have received so much valuable information, and I'm honored that you are here with me. My name is Kathleen Booker again, also known as the Jedi of Calm, and sometimes I'm known as the Queen of Serene. And this time that we're going to do conscious connected breath work, it's for you. This is a time that you're going to learn how to use your breath to relax yourself, support your little loved one, and also support your household. However, supporting and overflowing yourself first, because when you are overflowing, you're able to give from your overflow, not from a glass that's just full or a glass that's half full, from the overflow, so that you are not depleted. So with that, just take a nice breath in through an open mouth easily, and just easily let it go. Excellent. Let's do that again. Open your mouth easily. Take a breath in. And sweetly let it go. Beautiful. So the breath does so much, and I can talk all day about the breath. However, I'm going to extend to you the opportunity to reach out to me, because I really today would like you to experience it, especially since you have just received, as I said, all of this wonderful information that YAI has just lovingly curated just for you. The breath is amazing. Let's start off with the fact that it got you up this morning. Hip, hip, hooray. So just the mere fact that it gets you up, it moves your muscles, allows your synapses to work. That's a good thing. When we put a little bit of focus onto our breath, what we're able to do, how we are able to be, it always just astounds me. We are able to release stress, which can really build up when we are caregiving, care loving, right? It can build up. We're human. And when we build up the stress, when the stress is built up from all that we get to do, get to be, get to give during the day, it creates a lot of fight or flight. It can create a lot of anxiety. It can create lack of sleep. It can create brain fog. It's cortisol just flowing and coursing through your body. And when you do conscious connected breath work, what that does is it releases the cortisol, the stress, the fight or flight, the adrenaline from your body, and it increases the good feeling endorphins. When the good feeling endorphins are in place, and I don't know if you noticed, my shoulders just went from here to here. It gives us the space to relax. It puts us in fully this right now moment, because in this right now moment, that is how I'm able to connect. I say God, I say angels, I say source, I say the one, I say the divine. If that doesn't work for you, then please fill in what does work for you. That allows you to connect to the source within, and immediately you're able to think clearer. You're coming from a body that is not tense, but a body that's relaxed, a mind that's relaxed. Heart rate slows down. There's so much that the breath does. It also gives us the ability, conscious connected breath work, to create new neural pathways in our brain, to create new habits. Maybe there is, as Michelle was saying before, maybe there's a behavior that your little one has that, and I say this with love, we're humans, that you really want to shift. However, your little one isn't ready to shift that behavior. So how do you shift yourself so that you don't get triggered? So with conscious connected breath work, you can create a new neural pathway so that when that behavior shows up again, if it does, your response is not a reaction. Open your mouth gently, take a breath in. and sweetly let it go. Beautiful. In addition to which, you are oxygenating your body. A body that is oxygenated is a body that is really thriving optimally on all pistons. Not that I know how a car works, but I just remember that. I don't even know if cars still have pistons. I think I might have just dated myself with that. However, moving on, it allows you to really operate, live life fully. Live life with a capital L, life. It enhances your respiratory system. It also enhances your immune system. And these days we need to be, always we need to be, right? Our best, our health system, our bodies, our systems within, just functioning optimally. So with that, that's enough science. I'm really heavy on the woo-woo. Again, I offer to you to reach out to me and happy to chat with you. So with that, let's just move into the breath. Let me share also, if you begin to tingle, if you tingle, if you don't tingle, it's all good. What the tingling can be is where energy possibly may be stuck in your body. We're human. We all have stuff stuck in our bodies, right? We all do. So it may be where energy is stuck. It may be where your breath is moving energy through. Stay with your breath. If you find that you begin to cry, that's okay. Tears are very cleansing. Sometimes with tears, emotions can come forward. Anger, sadness, overwhelm. As best you can, allow those emotions to just sit to the right. Allow the tears to fall. Don't stop the tears. However, just let the emotions sit to the left and let the emotions know I'll come back to you right after I breathe. This is a time for you, all for you. Right now, the sun rises and sets between the crack of your teeth. This is all for you. So let's get ourselves set up. I offer that you can lie down, but don't lie down in a bed. Why? Because the bed has a sleep vibration. However, if you're in your bed, okay, let's just roll with it, right? You want your spine straight. If you're in a chair, you want your cervical spine, your entire spine straight. Why is that? The energy of your breath is going to move up and down your spine, and you want it to be able to flow with ease, not, crooked or whatever. So have your spine straight. If you have cervical spine or any spine issues, set yourself up in a way that is supportive to you. If you're driving, please don't do this. Okay? Just come back to it a little bit later. So I'll keep talking while you get yourself situated. And it's a gorgeous day here in New York, so I share some of this beautiful energy and sunshine with you wherever in the world you are. Okay, so let's just say that everybody's seated. Let's roll our shoulders back. Just roll them back gently, gently, just a little bit. And now let's roll them forward. Roll them forward and give a nice roll back and allow your shoulders to relax. Beautiful. If you feel comfortable, please close your eyes. If you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, just look at the tip of your nose. Just look down at the tip of your nose if you're not comfortable closing your eyes. Allow your feet to be, if you're seated in a chair, allow your feet to be flat on the ground. Don't cross your ankles or your knees, and allow your forearms to rest on the tops of your thighs. If you are seated in a chair that has armrests, don't put your forearms on the armrest because that keeps our shoulders in a state of stress. Allow your forearms to rest on the tops of your thighs. If you're lying down on a yoga mat or your sofa, put a little pillow underneath your knees just to give a little softness to your lower back. Okay. And with your eyes closed or just looking at your nose, you notice that your body just begins of its own accord to relax, allowing all parts of yourself to just come back to yourself after all of the valuable information that was shared with you today. Let all parts of you come back to you now. And feel your body just settle a little bit more. Right now, again, it's all about you. Give yourself this time to fill yourself to overflow. And as your body begins to relax just a little bit more, just sigh. Beautiful. And if thoughts come forward of, oh my goodness, I already know how to breathe, that's just the monkey mind, the chatter, the ego, trying to take you out of peace. Tell that voice, okay, but I'm just going to try it out anyway and see what it's all about. Just allow that voice to step to the right, and you just sink a little deeper into relaxation. As your body relaxes a little bit more and your muscles soften on the bones, you feel with no effort from you, your back shoulder blades just slide down your back a little bit more. You feel your lower belly just soften just a little bit, and there's nothing you have to do, right? Nothing you have to do. As you feel the muscles around your shoulder joints, around your cervical spine soften, you begin to feel your body heavy. You begin to feel the presence of your body as the muscles around your cervical spine relax, as the muscles around your shoulder joints relax, as the muscles in your buttocks soften, and just sigh, just sigh. Beautiful. Go back to breathing through your nose. And as you feel your body heavier in your chair, heavier on your sofa or yoga mat, you feel your mind begin to soften. See, feel, imagine intended to be so, that with ease and grace and safety, your tailbone, the tip of your spine, gently and lovingly elongates, and it goes down into the floor of where you are, past the foundation of the building where you are. Lovingly and gracefully, your tailbone goes down into the center of the heart of Mother Earth, where you are lovingly grounded into the center of her heart, firmly planted into the center of the heart of Mother Earth, where you feel rooted, anchored, and safe. You feel grounded, you feel rooted, you feel anchored, you feel safe, you feel secure. And with your tailbone anchored into the center of the heart of Mother Earth, you not only feel grounded, anchored, planted, safe, secure, you also feel supported. You don't know who or what is the source of your support. You just know that this support feels cozy. This support feels safe. This support feels secure. So you allow yourself to rest, to give more of the weight of your body to this support. And your body relaxes even more. The breath that we're going to do is conscious connected breath work. And it's connecting the inhale to the exhale to the inhale. I always use the visual of a wave. A wave comes into shore and then it melds immediately back into the ocean. It comes into shore and immediately melds back into the ocean. So your inhale flows into your exhale, and your exhale flows into your inhale. Your inhale flows into your exhale flows into your inhale, and your breath guides you to the place within you where pure peace resides at all times, even when your physical eye sees things unlike peace. Allow your inhale flowing into your exhale, and your exhale flowing into your inhale to take you deeper within yourself, to the place that never leaves you, of peace, of calm, of energy. Your inhale rolls into your exhale. Your exhale rolls into your inhale. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale. And you begin to feel the presence of your breath in your body, breathing through your nose, inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your nose. as you begin to feel the presence of your breath in your body, you feel that your toes are softened and relaxed. You feel the soles of your feet full of your breath. As your inhale flows into your exhale and your exhale flows into your inhale, you feel the presence of your breath in your ankles. You feel the presence and the ease and the calm of your breath in your Achilles tendons. As your breath continues to flow, you feel the presence of that ease, that calm of your inhale flowing into your exhale in your calves, in your shins, and you feel a lengthening of your calf muscles. As you continue to breathe, your breath fills and overflows your knees, and you feel a spaciousness, a flexibility in your knees. As your inhale flows into your exhale and your exhale flows into your inhale, your right thigh, hamstring, quadricep, your left thigh, hamstring, quadricep, those muscles soften in the presence of your inhale flowing into your exhale, and you feel your left thigh releasing worry, doubt. You feel your right thigh releasing worry, doubt, and with your toes softened, the soles of your feet at ease, your Achilles tendons lengthened, your ankles soft, pliable, your calves, your shins relaxed, your knees flexible, easy, your thighs released of any and all tension, your buttock muscles relax and take up more space on your chair or sofa. Just sigh. Feeling your lower body relax. Softening with ease your lower lumbar spine. Feeling your hip joints open with your inhale, flowing into your exhale, and your exhale flowing into your inhale. Feeling your hip joints releasing any and all thoughts of I am not enough. Open your mouth, take a breath in. On the exhale, release not enoughness. Beautiful. Open your mouth, inhaling, I am enough. Inhale, I am enough. Keeping your mouth open, exhale into your body. I am enough. Exhale. Beautiful. And sigh. Soften your lower belly. Go back to breathing through your nose. Your inhale flows into your exhale flows into your inhale. and allowing as your body is being even more oxygenated and good feeling. Endorphins are flowing in through and as your body, and your breath is reminding you of your wholeness, of your perfection, of your enoughness at all times. Your inhalation gets a little bit deeper, taking in more air, easy. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale, oxygenating, revitalizing every system, every organ of your body. Your kidneys, your liver, your gallbladder, your sex organs, your intestines, your colon, your pancreas, your liver, your stomach, your lungs. Deepen your inhalations, and as you are breathing, clear, cleanse your lungs. Take a long inhale through your nose. Exhale as if you're exhaling out a straw and clearing from your lungs any and all stale air and energy. Beautiful. We're going to do that again. Through your nose, take a long inhale. As if you're exhaling out a straw, clear your lungs of stale air and old energy. Beautiful, beautiful. And just sigh. Coming to your heart, see, imagine, intend it to be so that as your breath is flowing, as your inhale is flowing into your exhale, and your exhale is flowing into your inhale, feel the richness of the oxygenated blood flowing through your heart. Feel your breath, feel your blood clearing, cleansing your heart. Stay with your breath. As you're breathing, I am enough. I am enough. I am enough. I am love. Open your mouth gently, take a breath in, and just let it go. Beautiful. Come back to breathing through your nose. Feeling your breath flowing over the tops of your shoulders, clearing from your shoulders burdens that you've been carrying that are not yours to carry. Beliefs, thought forms, energy, collective consciousness energy that is not yours, worry, doubt, anger. Letting that dissolve with your breath. Let your breath get a little deeper, your inhale. Letting it go easy. And that ease, lifting those burdens, worries from your shoulders, that ease as your breath continues flows down your left and right arm through your bicep, your tricep, your elbow, your forearm, your wrist, the heel of your hand, the palm of your hand, your fingers, and out your fingertips as your arms are relieved of the burden of overwhelm, frustration, heaviness. Stay with your breath, my loves. Beautiful. Take a very gentle swallow and allow your breath to cleanse your throat, reminding you of your courage and clarity to speak your truth. The courage and the clarity to say, I'm going to take 10 minutes for myself. I'm going to take a moment for myself, and I'm going to breathe. Open your mouth gently, take a breath in. Exhale, recalibrating your authentic voice. When you finish with that breath, come back to breathing through your nose. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale, softening the muscles in your face. Softening the corners of your eyes, softening the muscles in between your eyebrows. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Relax your mind. Open your mouth gently. Take a long inhale. Easy, easy, easy. And when you exhale, exhale that breath out the soles of your feet. Easy, easy, easy. And go back to breathing through your nose, inhaling and exhaling through your nose. Allow your breath to guide you to nestle into the peace, the calm, the energy that resides in you at all times. Allow your breath to guide you to that place. Settle in the here and now. Reach down into the center where the world is not spinning, and drink this holy peace. Feel relief flood into every cell. Stay with your breath, my love. Nothing to do. Nothing to do but be. Be what you already are. Nothing to receive but what flows effortlessly from the mystery into form. Nothing to run from or run toward. Just this breath. Awareness, knowing itself as embodiment. Just this breath. Awareness, waking up to truth. Just this breath. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale. Just this breath. Feeling the tenderness that is your inhale, the love that is your exhale. flowing to you. You are tenderness. You are love. You are loved. Feel that in your every breath. Just this breath. I am loved. I am lovable. I am loving. Just this breath. I am enough. I am enough. Just this breath. Open your mouth gently. Take a nice long inhale. And exhale with an audible sigh. Ah. Just this breath. Feeling how much you are so deeply loved and cared for. Feel that in just this breath. Feel your breath love on you, in you, as you. Just this breath. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale. Just this breath. Stay with your breath, allowing your breath to guide you deeper to that place within you, as A Course in Miracles says, where love created me just like itself. That spot never leaves you, resides within you always. Stay with your breath and rest deeper and deeper and deeper into that place within you that knows without a shadow of a doubt, love created me just like itself. Your inhale flows into your exhale. Your exhale flows into your inhale. Taking a breath in long through your nose. Exhale into every cell of your body. I am enough. Through your nose, take a long breath in. exhale into the nucleus of every cell of your body. I am loved. I am supported. And just sigh. And just feel the love that's in our circle. Feel the presence of love in your breath. Feel the presence of love that is you, as you, flowing around you, leading the way as you step forward, trailing behind you, flanking you to your left, to your right, lifting you up, covering you. Love created you just like itself. This is the truth of you, even when it looks funky. This is your core at all times. Just sigh. And feel the presence of love as your breath, in your breath, reminding you that with your every inhale and exhale, you are energized, you are supported, you are loved, you are deeply cherished. Feel the presence of the four walls around you. Feel your clothes upon your body. Begin keeping your eyes closed to bring your awareness back into the room. Calling back to yourself all parts of yourself. Calling back to you. Any opening in your body, we overflow it with unconditional love. This body or your etheric bodies, we overflow it with unconditional love. You are overflowing every nook and cranny of your beingness is overflowing with unconditional love. Feel your clothes upon your body. Gently wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, and lovingly open your eyes. So, hi. One of the things that I want to share with you is to please drink a lot of water. You've had a very full day, and with the breath work, you've released a lot. We detox over 70% of the toxins in our body through our breath and through our skin. So you want to drink a lot of water today and tomorrow. If this is your nighttime, drink it now. Yeah? Keep drinking. The other thing I'm going to offer to you, because you've had such a full day, make sure you bathe. Not that you don't, but again, we detox over 70% of the toxins in our body through our breath and through our skin. So bathe, wash, whatever that means for you, from head to toe. Wash your body from head to toe, shower or bath. And drink a lot of water. And just in case no one has said it to you today, I love you. I appreciate you. Well done, you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen, for helping us all relax after taking in so much information. I'm now going to ask you a few of the questions that have come in throughout your presentation. So first off, being the Jedi of calm, does that mean that you never get upset or frustrated?
Hey, let me stop you right there. Oh, hell no. Let me just be very clear. I wish I could tell you that with a breathwork practice, life is like skipping down a lollipop lane. That's, no. And I will be very honest with you. I recently lost my mother, and I can't even explain to you the hole in my beingness. I can't even explain. There are no words. It is the breath that gives me the ability to put my left foot in front of the other. And when I feel, as I have, totally broke down in Garden World today because mommy and I would be in Garden World shopping, to be with the emotions. Because in order for me to heal, and for anyone, for me, it's the grief of my mother. For others, it may be the responsibility of your little love muffin that you're caring for, being overwhelmed. It shows up in a myriad of ways. To be able to feel what you're feeling. And when you do the breath, it takes you out of this heaviness of it, to be able to be energized and to be able to, I'm going to use the word and I'm going to put it in quotes, to be able to be present, number one, honor what you're feeling because you matter and what you feel matters, and to be able to connect in this present moment with the Most High. I say the Most High. If that doesn't work for you, fill in what does, so that you see the road and you feel the support. I pray that I am explaining it well, but you get to connect to that place that we just connected to, where it's like, oh, okay, I'm not swinging solo. There is support, seen and unseen. I do have energy, and sometimes that energy is the courage and the clarity to say, I need a doggone nap. It's the courage and the clarity to say your authentic no to someone who might expect you to always show up. Well, I know Jane has it. She'll handle it. I know that she's exhausted, or Joe, he's exhausted, but I know that they'll keep going even when they're dog tired. It gives you the courage and the clarity to say, you know what? Not today. I need time out. It's on you for a half an hour. And that's powerful. That's powerful. And that's the breath. So no, I was a hot mess in Garden World.
I love that it was a hot mess in Garden World. It's a serene place, but a hot mess. So do you have any suggestions for places that we could look to find information on breath work and how to teach it to maybe kids or younger people?
You know, I'm going to tell you, breath is contagious. As you take care of you, as you overflow, as you choose to put yourself first, which is loving, it's self-loving, because then you're giving from your overflow. Just be mindful of your breath. That's a huge place to start. One of the things you can do with your little one is maybe touch their face and you breathe, and your breath is calm. Mm-hmm. Your breath is calm. Your inhale flowing into your exhale flowing into your inhale. Teach your love muffin to place the palm right in their heart chakra, right? You can do this. If that doesn't work, they can just tap it. If they only tap it twice, that's good. If they can tap a little bit more, that's good. You keep your breath going. They will pick up on your breath. The entire household will. And just gently even stroking your cheek or stroking your little love muffin's cheek. What that does is it puts everyone in the here and now. First and foremost, you relax. You're the head, right? It's from your overflow. And the more that you are self-loving in taking a minute, 30 seconds, it will spread. Believe me, it will. So just become mindful of your breath. Mindful can sometimes be a little triggering. Just notice your breath and trust your breath. If you're looking for a long, deep breath, sometimes it won't be forthcoming. It was not forthcoming for me in Garden World earlier today. However, if you can just trust that the rhythm of your breath, which is so brilliant, again, it got you up this morning, and allow yourself to give yourself to the rhythm of your breath. Start there. That is quite a lot.
So someone asked, they found themselves yawning several times. Is
Beautiful.
there a reason for that?
Yep, beautiful. That's okay. You know, we all breathe shallowly. We all do. And doing breath work, conscious connected breath work, you see where your breath is shallow, where you cut your breath off, where your exhale, you cut your exhale short. And that's another thing that you can do. And here's another, you can, during the day, just give yourself a long exhale completely. And nobody has to know what the heck you're doing. Nobody will know, right? The other thing you can do is inhale for 5 counts, exhale for 5 counts. Inhale for 5 counts. If 5 is too much for you, you don't want to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Start off with 3, start off with 2, build yourself up to 5. Do that. The breath will always bring you present. Being present has you fully connected in your body, connected to your higher consciousness, releasing adrenaline. And I don't know if I can say this, but I do have a breathwork course that is currently on. I don't know if I can say that. Well, I just did.
Predicted our next question, which was, do you have any videos on YouTube or anywhere?
Yeah, I have a course happening now, a 7-week breathwork course. Would I have to drop? Can you give them the link later?
I think we'll be able to put it in some of the materials we hand out.
I don't know if I can
post it on the website.
Yeah, I don't know if I can pull it up now, but you can join. The enrollment is still open. Forgive me, I am typing. Well, that's rude. Let me not do that. I'll send it to you
if you
later.
send it to us afterwards.
Yeah, I'll send it to you after. So I do have a 7-week course that began on Monday, and we're doing a module on love, a module on abundance, a module on womb clearing, and it's all breath based because we're all everything, right? It's all commingled.
Well, that's great to know about. Thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you so much for being here with us, Kathleen, the Jedi of Calm.
Thank you.
Okay. So as we wrap up today's conference, we want to thank everyone for joining us, and we hope that you're inspired by what you heard today. Please remember to complete the survey below your viewing screen. YAI is here for you, and we encourage you to reach out to YAI link via phone, email, or web form for support on locating information about supports and services. We also encourage you to visit YAI's IDD resource library for people with IDD, caregivers, and staff, which lists important information and resources related to the pandemic and non-pandemic supports. You can access the searchable database at yai.org/link-resource. From all of us at YAI, we wish you and your loved ones health and safety as we continue to live through this challenging time.